Hello, 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 hello. It is once again, who would have imagined it is a Monday? And today, today we're gonna of course continue working on what we have been working on for the last 2 weeks, I think, which is the Deadpool anime. But we're getting closer and closer to the end. There's only a little bit more left, kind of. You know, the thing that we've kind of, all the 3D animations are done. And on Friday, we actually started with what we're gonna do this week. I don't know if we're gonna finish it this week, but it would be really nice if we can. Which is the refining of the shading and line art and stuff of, all the scenes. Welcome, Studio Broken. Hope you have a good day. Yeah, so look at this. Boom. This was kind of like a, I guess you could call it like a, not premium shot, a, I don't know, it's like one of the main shots, like eye capturing shots. So like I like to add, some of the shots that I have, make them like really like the prime shots that really show off like a cool composition or like a cool shot in general, to create like these landmarks in the animation. And this is one of them. So I wanted to, spend more time on this one, refining it more than, for example, other shots that are more like in between, for example. So this one I worked on yesterday. Didn't finish it, but got like 80% done. So now the last thing that is basically needs to be done here is, this last bit right here. Creating the lighting basically for the rest of these keyframes. Yeah, so we're gonna finish this one and then we're gonna go to the next one, which actually I think shouldn't be as complex as this one, since it's more far away, so that the body is closer, further away, and there's less details you need to nail, I guess. Yeah, so we're gonna do this one, finish it, and then go to, let me show you what the next one is. I think I talked about it last week too on Friday, what we're gonna do today, which is, this one's 8, so 9 is this one. So this one, which of course right now only is the lockout, without any adjustments, right? So once the adjustments are here, this is gonna look a lot better. But of course you can see there's just not too much that needs to be adjusted. There could be, you could add a little bit more here maybe, but I wanna be a bit more lenient with how I want to refine this, so that I can save a little bit of time. Oftentimes if you do detailing, for example, you can get lost in details and then create something that might improve the image, but it's so small that just nobody will notice it, especially in an animation where everything goes pretty quickly. So I want to be a bit more lenient with the refining, so that, I can get the idea across, but I don't need to make it 100% perfect. Yeah, welcome Ali, welcome Dice Goblin, welcome Full High, welcome Gerald, hope you have a good day. So let's get into it. So this is basically, I've already done it for the previous shots. It's basically just looking at what we already have in terms of lighting, and then seeing how we can maybe add a few more details to it, refine the structure a bit more, or highlight the structure a bit more, and overall just making sure that the the lighting just looks a bit more, I guess, detailed. And hold on, where was I? Let's just go here. Yeah, it just looks a bit more refined, right? So that it looks, I guess, more hand-drawn also, since the lighting that you get, based out of Blender with the 3D model that you put into it, of course, and then shine light on, is oftentimes maybe either a bit too wobbly or just doesn't light it as cool as it could be if you adjust it, manually a bit. That's what we're gonna do here now, or throughout, I guess, today and this week. Welcome, Fraud. Hope you have a good day. So yeah, this shot is basically almost, this frame is almost done. I've adjusted the face, for example. You can see it here. Ta-da! This is what it looked like before, and then I added this stuff. And I did the same, you know, for the body too here, for example, for the left side already. So now I want to add just a little bit more here. Like these things, for example, you can't really get with just basic lighting. These are kind of like, you know, just kind of enhancing or showing the forms of something a bit more by just, you know, using these slight, like these kind of narrow shadows right here. You see they've not been added here, but you can see how much flatter it looks just because they're missing. So we're going to add those in this frame, and then it should basically be done. So I also thought about how I want to detail the face a bit. I think so this one is kind of like an in-between shot, right, before he really aims with his gun. So I haven't really 100% nailed it, but at least here, once we reach this frame, we can really make sure that this looks as good as possible and then go from there. But, you know, first, let's finish this frame. Yeah, fill. I want to add, you know, maybe a little bit more, a few more shadows here in the abs, and then should basically be it. That's the only thing that I really want to add. And then we can go to the next one. So for me, probably start with going into draw mode and then picking the shadow color. So right now you can see there's no shadows here, there's none at all. So we can add just slightly more depth, for example, by doing this. Oh, I need to enable stabilizing stroke so that we can, for example, do this. Ooh. Maybe even extend it a bit afterwards, but of course, right now we only have the red color. So it would be cool if there was a way to create just the shadows by drawing one simple color, but I don't know if that's possible. So I just do it this way, for example, and then use the other color, which is this one, to extend the shadow to where it's supposed to be. Ta-da! In this way, we can add a little bit more detail. We can do that here too, for example. There's another one right here. So let's basically do the same here as well. And that might actually be already enough. So you kind of try to imagine what the shapes are and then how you can add just slight, you know, small shadows on top to make them, you know, pop out a bit more. There you go. You can see we also have a line that supports this quite well. There you go. It doesn't have to be crazy, just like a, you know, small things here and there to add just, you know, a little bit more spice. I feel like that's already pretty good. You could go ahead, actually, I think I want to do that actually, and add a little bit more here too. Ta-da! And that should be enough to just refine this. There you go. Yeah, that looks much better than before. We can see it now. No depth and a little bit more depth. It adds a little bit, and it doesn't, you know, it's not supposed to add too much. So that's, you know, just right, I would say. So, perfect. Also, probably, I actually want to change the chest bit, although we can do that in the next frame. So I think this one is fine. So let's do the next one. Boom. So this one, of course, I refined a little bit by, for example, adding the rim light I already adjusted, and I fixed the fingers, for example. You can see what it looked like before. Horrendous rim light here, weirdly behind the weird hand armor pad or whatever. So I removed, you know, first I removed all the small details that are unnecessary. I might need to go through the you know, over the gun as well, just to remove like these small glitches here. But other than that, most of it looks pretty fine already. So let me yeah, so this basically is kind of the final pose that he's holding, as far as I know. Actually, never mind. Well, sort of. It just goes down with the armor bit, but the rest of the body basically stays the same. So we can now create kind of the final look that we can then basically just kind of copy over, you know, to the other frames. So yeah, now we can have some fun. I'm kind of trying to create something that looks a little bit similar to, I think it was this shot, to kind of this, you know, more detailed than all the other shots, just to, you know, show that it's like this prime shot that is supposed to look like really, really good. Yeah, so that's what I want to do here as well. I also can then show you how I want to render these shots. Actually, it's kind of boring, but maybe I'll do it at some point. How I render them. because, you know, I rendered them in layers. So liner is one layer, then the fill, just like the colors itself are one layer, the background is one layer, to then composite it and have a little bit more freedom in the compositing. But of course, yeah, maybe we'll get into that at some point, but we're not there yet. Okay, this shot isn't finished yet. So, okay, so first of all, I want to just kind of fix the shadows that are already here, and then we can add more that, you know, can improve this even more. So I want to kind of start with the body, because the face is kind of like a body in itself, I guess. So let's do the body first, and then we can do the face. Yeah, and then we can go from there. First of all, yeah, perfect. We're on the right thing. Good. So I feel like the hands here, first of all, are pretty easy to fix. So let's do that first. Easy peasy. Like here, for example, this line is nice as a contour between light and dark. So let's add that there. Boom. And then here, this could be maybe a slightly further down, like this, just to kind of enhance or kind of support the roundness of it at the tip, right? Like this. And then the shadow looks kind of weird, so why don't we just remove it all together? Maybe add a new one. Let's see. I think it's good if we add a new one. So what if we just go in here and do this, for example? Boom. Clean it up a bit, make it look better. There you go. I think that's good. And then kind of the same for this one too. These ones are all kind of similar. Simplifying the shadows a bit can help a lot. You can see here we have this weird round shadow here because of the finger up top, you know, creating this shadow, this round shadow. But I feel like if you were to draw this, you would kind of just ignore this finger and just draw the shadow from basically the gun, which would probably look something like this. Boom. Okay. And then this. There you go. I feel like that looks a bit better. Maybe we can add a bit more, but I feel like that's already fine. Let me... Actually, that's okay. Yeah, and then we do the same here. I think the fingers are close enough that you kind of are conscious about them. So we can actually add the shadow of it here too, which could look maybe like this. And then, of course, the gun comes in again. Maybe here. Boom. And we can create something like this. There you go. That's not too bad. And then here at the bottom, let's just... I like to kind of stick fairly close to the shadows that are generally generated, because they create like this, they kind of guide you to creating a smoothly transitioning like shadow, for example. But of course, you can still refine them to make them look a bit more hand-drawn. So maybe this could be fine here. There you go. Not too bad. I think it's fine. Maybe we could even do this. I feel like that's better. Okay, good. There you go. Maybe a bit more shadow here. I kind of like when there's a slight shadow between two objects, even though it might not make sense from this lighting, you know, for this lighting, but like that just makes it a bit more, it just looks a bit better. There you go. Welcome, Mr. Bippin. Hope you had a good day. How many scenes do you have to do? I haven't really looked into how many need, like, so we're at 8 out of 32, but not all of them need the same amount of attention, right, to detail. So the next one, for example, is going to be easier. But yeah, there are, you know, quite a few more left. But, you know, some of them are faster than others. I think I only really have like 2 or 3 more, no, 3 or 4 more, maybe 5, like, big shots that would take a whole day. The other ones should be a bit faster, so hopefully we can get this on this week. That would be really good. The pectoralis muscle is well developed, yes. Welcome Zarkin, hope you have a good day. Welcome Sal. You should remake the Deadpool and Wolverine intro scene. There's so much I could do, and so much I only have time for, unfortunately. Okay. So for this one, oh yeah, let's do the arm first, and we can do the rest. So the arm should be pretty simple. I've kind of liked the shadow already. Maybe we can lower it a tiny bit more. I feel like it seems a bit high, so let's bring it maybe a bit lower, maybe to, oops, here. I feel like that would look better. Ta-da, okay. And then here for the upper arm, we could do something like, do I even want, no, I kind of want to have a shadow here. I kind of want to fill the shadow, let the shadow fill the top half. Let me remove this real quick. Okay. Let's do the same here. Okay, there you go. And then we can fill it again with something a bit more refined. Like this, for example. And this could probably be completely filled, and then I can adjust the gray part too in a second. But, you know, just to kind of create a better supported shape. There you go. I feel like that's better than having some light down here. Even though that might be what the model, the renderer suggests, we can disagree. So I like this more. Also, yeah, let's go to the gray now. I feel like I want to, first of all, expand, you know, the shadow underneath the chest right here. And also this one should be easy. Just kind of do this first. Like this one's an easy one, so I want to do that, get that out of the way first, and then go from there. Perfect. Hope everybody had a good weekend, of course. It was pretty sunny for me today, actually. No, not today, this weekend. There was a tiny bit of rain at first. I thought there would be way more, but luckily there was not. There was not too much, fortunately. So we was actually able to do some stuff with friends. We just went to like there's like a like this, what would you call it? Like a it's like a beach bar. It's like next to a river, and there's like this bar that, you know, looks like a beach. It's not really like an actual beach, but it's just like a, you know, they kind of made a like a fake beach, I guess. And we went there and just, you know, just to chill a bit. Nothing too crazy. Then went back to one of my mates' places and played some Monopoly. Wow. I don't know why, but every time we do that, we always fall back to playing Monopoly. This time I lost hardcore, but I wasn't the first one that got out. Or that, you know, I wasn't the first one to lose, but I was the one that had three. I started pretty good. I got one straight and then two train stations. But then I lost because I didn't get anything else. Everybody else just took everything I stepped on. Like there was one person stepping on the next thing, I stepped on the same thing, so I had to pay and couldn't buy anything. And that basically happened over and over and over and over and over again. So I was basically left with one street and two train stations. I couldn't do anything basically because I had nothing to trade with. If I trade one away, then I don't have anything else to get. So yeah, I just sat there and hoped to survive longer than anybody, than, you know, at least one person. And I was successful in that mission. Yeah, so I was happy with what I got and how I turned it, what I turned it into, I guess. I always thought if there are like any crazy strategies for Monopoly that just makes you a better player. But I haven't really looked into that yet, like pro Monopoly tricks or whatever. I feel like most of it just comes down to, first of all, what you get, right? In terms of, you know, basically what your start, not capital, but what your start assets are, and then how you trade them with others. So there's definitely like a luck involved, of course, but also maybe it's a little bit of trading savviness. Okay, so let's go here and refine the abs again. Shouldn't be too hard. We've done it before. Ooh, boom. Okay. Oh, we can go a bit further. That looks pretty nice. Okay. And then we do the same with the gray one. Oops, that's the highlight. Shadow, of course, we need. Maybe extend it a bit more. There you go. Okay, that's pretty good. I like that. Okay. Hey, no, I think it's fine. Which is the best Blender plugin you would recommend? Any add-on? If it's any add-on, then Node Wrangler, but that's basically, you know, basically default. That, you know, if you haven't enabled that one, then what are you doing? But otherwise, if you, I guess, I feel like that's like one of the universal ones that can always improve your work, right? If you're into shaders, then, you know, and then basically from that it kind of spreads out into like the things that, you know, if you, I would, for example, say like Rigify is also a good one that you, I think, have to enable. And but the problem is, you know, that isn't really applicable to everyone, because if you're, for example, creating, I don't know, cars, for example, I don't know if Rigify is meant for that. I don't think so. So you wouldn't really get anything out of that. Same with shaders, you know. But Node Wrangler is definitely one that everybody should have enabled. Okay, I want to add a little bit more, another shadow probably here. Where's my, oh, I already have it on, good. Here probably. And then also right here. It's very subtle, but it still makes a difference. So I want to make sure that I add those. And the good thing is we can basically not necessarily copy them, like just copy and paste, you know, Control C, Control V. But the pose is very, very similar. So maybe we can actually do that if it stays kind of in the same place. If not, then, you know, we can still, you know, we have a good base and then we can just, you know, I guess, trace it, which is also fine. Oh, this one, please. Boom. Actually, we do this. There you go. Fill this up. Perfect. Well, this one I actually made a mistake, and I baked the line art with a lower resolution model than the final version is. So it looks a bit choppier than it should be, but it, you know, it's very, very subtle, the overlap. You can see it here, for example, the abs go a bit further, but the line art doesn't, because, you know, I created the line art when the model wasn't at full resolution. But, you know, it's so small that I didn't want to do the whole thing again, because I was already starting to refine this. So I didn't want to go back again and, you know, just to kind of fix these super, super small issues that nobody would see anyway if I wouldn't have told you about it. Okay. So this hand, is that even visible here? It is. Okay. It's like here we can just kind of refine this bit, because what is this wobble doing here? Let's just do that, and that should be fine. Make it nice and smooth. Looks pretty nice. Maybe even going narrower as it goes to the end. I feel like that's better. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that one is already done. And then, oh, we could also, if we wanted to, see, here's another opportunity to add one of these gap fillers, I guess you could call them, right here, just by doing this, for example. Boom. Look at that. It not only, you know, creates a better shape for the biceps, but also, you know, just creates a little bit more, I guess, roundness for this muscle right here, which I like. There you go. Now, let's go to the face. The face, of course, being quite important here, believe it or not. So let's create something nice here. Welcome, Rem. Yeah, I appreciate it. Welcome, Connect Zone. Hope you also have a good day. Welcome, Samurai. How many scenes are left? We're at 8 out of 32. Okay. Boom. First of all, the neck should be easy. Just straighten this a bit. Okay. Good. And then let's go to the face. First of all, this looks weird. I want to have like a nice shadow here for the nose. So this actually works quite well here. Maybe we can refine it a bit, making it a bit tighter, like this, for example. Like that's nice. Also, this can go. Why is that here? I feel like that's a good nose shape. And then for the bottom here, since he has a mask on, right? The mouth isn't really, you can't really, you can't really see the mouth because it's kind of covered by, his suit. So we don't really need to care about like a mouth shadow. You can basically just maybe do this. And I feel like that would be a nice ending here. There you go. And if we build that up, does that look good? I feel like that's pretty good. I feel like that's a good start. Let's remove this weird shadow. Sometimes it also just adds some weird highlights or shadows that just don't make any sense in like, don't make any sense to be there. They make sense, for the renderer, but of course, visually it just looks weird. So we need to remove those as well. Sometimes they're just like circled randomly somewhere. So you would see like a circle just right here. And you're like, what is that doing there? And, you just need to get those out of there because otherwise it just looks weird and, kind of 3D. Okay, so onto the actual face part. So what I actually did here is I added another color to the face because I kind of liked having like a even darker eyes like this. So I think I want to do that here too. But first I think I want to refine the main shadows and then we can go into that. So let's do that first. Let's do this maybe. Or actually, do I want to draw? I feel like I want to draw the line out first and then we can work around. It's usually easier to create the line out first and then do the shadows, since the line out kind of dictates the structure, and the structure then we can refine with the shadows. So hold on, let me see something. Okay, actually let me see something else. Okay, interesting. Okay, good. Do you do this technique frame by frame? Yes. But sometimes you can, the good part of course about 3D or digital is that you can sometimes also just copy some areas. So for example, his body doesn't really move, as you can see. If we go out of this, I don't think his body actually moves after 15. So here it moves, but then you can see it stays, it should stay. Basically the same, except for like this arm here, for example. So most of the shadows we can basically just copy because nothing moves. So once we have this frame done, we can copy basically probably like at least 75% of what we've done here, and then just fix the rest and do the rest manually, I guess. Use CUDA or optics mostly in Blender preference system settings. I think it kind of depends on what GPU you have. Depending on how, what GPU you have, you also can use one of them. I think it's optics or CUDA, I don't remember. Where is it again? Input, nope. System, there it is. I use optics. I think optics is for when you have an RTX card from the NVIDIA. If you have something lower than that, like 20 whatever, you would have to use CUDA. I don't think optics works for you. Also make sure that to not, at least for me, if you use optics, not to use the CPU. Because for some reason, it doesn't just choose the fastest option. It combines both in some sort of way. So that when you do like a render, the CPU is worse to render images most of the time. So it actually, the render gets slowed down to the maximum that the CPU can handle, even though like the GPU, for example, can go like this fast. The CPU can only go this fast. So Blender only goes to the max CPU capacity for some reason. It's really weird. I wish it would be kind of like combining the two and using both. If maybe there's a way, maybe there's something that CPU can render better than GPU, then it would use it for that, and then GPU would do the rest. But it doesn't. It just, at least from when I tried it, ticking only one did it, made it better. I think I tried it in my Pixar animation, So I just, you know, I just select only the GPU. And since I don't want to test it every time I want to render something, I'll just keep it at what has worked before. Okay, so, okay, this looks fine, the mouth. Let's go to the eyes. And, oh, first of all, of course, the line art. Let's create a stroke, perfect. Okay, so first of all, I want to give a bit more spice to the eyes, but we're going to get into that in a second. First, I want to do the eyebrows. Like this would be pretty nice as a start. Maybe not as high. Maybe we can do something more like this. That's a bit too low. Okay, we went too high, we went too low. Now something in between. Boom. I think I went too high again. Let's try that again. Dude, I think I need to make the end a bit more horizontal like this. Like that's better. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty good. We do the same on this side. Okay, there you go. That's pretty good. I like that. Just extending the lines that are automatically generated. Also, this was kind of weird, this kind of wobble here. I guess I can just do this to fix it. Okay. And then I also added, of course, a few more lines here to improve it. So let's do that too. First one I like to add is right here. This one. Do the same on the other side. Kind of saw these lines first in the Berserk anime when I recreated it. They look kind of weird at first, but they actually work quite well. Like this. Maybe even by extending it all the way to the middle here. Okay. And then you could even do this, for example, to make it even better. But, of course, the most important parts, the most important lines are here in the actual middle. Let me switch my reference real quick. Okay. Which then looks something like this. And this, of course. First, create like the outer ones. And then we can create even more here by adding another wrinkle. Boom. Going even higher maybe. Doing the same on this side. That's kind of weird. Shouldn't really just merge together like that. We want to make it a bit more asymmetric. This should work better. It looks kind of weird. I feel like it looks a bit too organic. So maybe we can refine it a bit more. What if we make these ones a bit shorter? Like this. I feel like that's better. Also shadows, of course, we're going to make this better. So we need to think about that too. But yeah, I feel like that's better now. Maybe we can also add some smaller details here. But I think I want to stick to the bigger lines first. Another big line is the line coming here from the kind of the intersection between the eye hole and the bridge of the nose. So let's add that. Maybe even like a line right here. Oops. I feel like that would work as well, like this. Maybe even two. Okay, like this. And then also this line that I mean. Boom. And boom. This has, every person has those lines. Let me show them to you actually in a real photo. Face, front. Sometimes they're a bit harder to see depending on the lighting, but if you look at this, for example, let's see, this one, I guess, or this one. Oops. Of course, in real images, they're a bit subtler, but even here you can see them. Look at this. Right here and right here. You see like a slight contour line here. It's basically like, you know, the eye hole is somewhere here and here, of course. And then the you know, the nose is, you know, kind of protruding off of the face. So to merge back into, you know, the rest of the face, into the cheeks, basically I have kind of like this area right here, which kind of merges the highest point of the nose into the rest of the cheek, right? And this creates kind of like this line right here. And that's what we wanna, you know, in anime, for example, you wanna highlight that a bit more by just drawing it in and kind of create a more, you know, a clearer structure in somebody's face. When is this gonna end, man? Well, at some point, not this week, but, well, maybe this week. But if you're bored by it, then you don't need to watch. You just do something else and then check out the video once it's done. Okay. Oh, I think I want to also add here a bit more. I feel like those add a bit more to the expression too. Boom. Boom. Yeah, just a little bit more. Okay. And then we basically almost have everything. Then I also want to maybe create like lines here. Like this. And then also, what I've done here too, of course, slight lines underneath the mouth or underneath the nose. Sometimes I kind of have trouble getting them right, but let's see if we can do it now. Like this maybe, that's a bit too far to the right. Okay, let's move them a bit over. Boom. Like this. Or we could spread them out a bit more. Let me check, hold on. No, I think it's pretty fine like this. Yeah, I feel like that's fine. Okay. Oh, I also want to probably, since we have this clear line right here, right? I want to kind of add that to this side too. Boom. Maybe even like this. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty nice. It's kind of like the temple line you see in heads too. If you look, for example, at... Oh, actually, maybe a straight line might work better here. Let's see. If you do this, rather. I feel like that might work better. Maybe a bit too high, actually. Here might be better. There you go. So if you look at, for example, simplified heads that oftentimes are being used to learn, you know, head anatomy, you can see this line right here, for example, or here, like this kind of flat circle, and that is basically created by this kind of part right here. Let me show you here, by this bit, this right here. And that's kind of what it's kind of indicating. And this line is basically what we just drew in. It's pretty, sometimes for some people it's more obvious, for some people it's less obvious, kind of depending on their face shape and maybe even the fat percentage, I guess, of their body. But for him, I feel like just to make it look a bit more, you know, detailed, basically, kind of what we've done here again. I've also added them here for him. You can see it there. And on this side too. I want to add that here too. It kind of just, you know, it enhances the structure, makes it look a bit more rigid. So I feel like it would work here too. Maybe we can even add another line here. That's kind of weird. Never mind. Maybe like this? No, that's also weird. Never mind. I feel like without anything, it looks better. Okay. So this is basically pretty good already. Now I want to go to the eyes. And the eyes are a bit more different because the eyes, I want to give them a more extreme shape. Something kind of hard to do with just geometry, since it is geometry kind of always tries to smooth itself out when you subdivide it, for example, which creates, you know, something a bit smoother like this, you know, no sharp corners. But of course we can now use the grease pencil to refine it and make it look a bit more refined and sharper. So let's do that. So I kind of did it here too, just kind of sharpen everything and give it like this bigger outline. What's the latest on your project? Refining the scenes. The 3D model is done. I mean, the 3D block art is done. Now it's just about refining the scenes with the grease pencil, and then that's gonna be it. Oh, and then compositing, but compositing shouldn't take as long. you know, the actual creation of the scenes takes the longest, of course. Okay, I actually thought about maybe adding a line. Oops, adding a line here too. What does that look like? Like this. It's not really that visible, so I don't think it's necessary. Let's go to the eye now. So yeah, let's just kind of make it a bit sharper. Boom. Maybe not that much. Like this, for example. And then we can do this as well. Okay, it's kind of hard to see what it looks like. If you go a bit further, the lines get thicker, and this looks, I feel like this looks pretty good. Yeah, so let's just now, first of all, make the lines, add like an outline here. I like to do that without any stabilization, just to give it a bit more a rigid look, a bit more hand-drawn like this. Oops. There you go. These kind of lines are a bit more prone to looking weird when you multiply or when you copy them over to, well, when you have to redraw them multiple times. Since they're always going to change, you're never going to redraw it in the exact same way. So it might look a bit weird. But, you know, it's fine. There you go. So now, actually, I kind of don't like this drooping down at the end. I want to keep it pretty sharp. Come on, get out of there. Okay, that's pretty good. And now we can go to the... No, let's do a few more lines and then we can fill this out with white fill color to... Yeah, when we get there. First, I want to do all the lines. Another line that is also quite important and quite obvious, quite visible oftentimes in drawings as well. This line right here. Or, yeah, kind of this line. You can see maybe sometimes a line right here too. But especially this line here is important. We can even enhance it by adding another one like this. We can do the same on this side too. Actually, I haven't even figured out this side yet. I guess we could do that now. Like this, for example. And then we can do the same style on this side. Boom. Okay. There you go. Just kind of like this. I think that's pretty nice. There you go. Slowly but surely we refine the face. I love lines. Same. Maya Blender. I guess depends on what you want to do. Of course, if you're asking someone that uses Blender whether they should use Maya or Blender, I feel like you can get your answer pretty easily. But probably still, if you want to get into the industry, you at least want to know how to use Maya. Even though you might use Blender mainly, since most of the industry still uses Maya, especially animation, for example. But yeah, it's kind of a decision on what you do, right? If you want to go into the industry, like into studio, for example, you definitely want to at least learn it, you know, how to use Maya. But if you just want to freelance, for example, then Maya I don't think makes as much sense, since the two programs are very, very similar. I think the results you can create are very, very similar. It's mainly just the workflow that is a bit different. And, you know, if there's a choice between, you know, the same result being made by a program that costs, I don't know, like, wasn't it like almost $1,000 euros or dollars per month or nothing? I think the decision is pretty simple, at least for me, right? Maybe for you it's a bit different. Maybe there's more factors that play into it, but of course, I would say Blender most of the time. Okay. And then there's, of course, something also cool, what we can add here. I think that's going to add a bit more depth now that we have all the lines. I think that I want to add is... Do I want to add a bit something more? I feel like that's already it. It's the... Yeah, now we can go into the fill layer again and create some better shadows. And the first thing I want to create is the Rembrandt lighting. Rembrandt lighting is basically light casting, basically being on one side, but then creating a slight little triangle basically, or like a slight little light on the other side too. If we look this up, for example, it looks kind of like this, where you have one side kind of mostly lit, and then the other side has like this triangle here, or just generally this, yeah, just kind of the small light on the other side, with most of it being in shadows. Rembrandt, of course, was a painter, and he did that a lot, and that's why it's called that. There you go. So you can see it here too, right? Okay, and that's kind of what I want to do here too. Maybe just doing this. Maybe I want to make it kind of sharp. Oops, that's freestyle. I want to do supported stabilized strokes like this, for example. I want to keep it pretty sharp. I think that would look better like this. Maybe a bit lower. Actually a bit higher, but also lower on the right side, higher on the left side. Like this. Okay, and then we can use the... Oh, let's refine these shadows a bit more. That we have here already. Welcome, C Plaque. Hope you have a good day. I've seen that you've been live every day. Are these streams gonna go for a year? They're gonna go for as long as I want them to go on. I don't have a plan for it. They're pretty useful for me, since they kind of allow me to work for like 4 hours straight without any big interruptions. And then they're, you know, also useful for you, for example, when you are into, you know, if you want to, for example, see how I create my projects, you can just see at least see half of it, since I don't, you know, I don't stop when I stream. I usually just, you know, still work on the project for the rest of the day. So you can at least see, you know, a little bit more, get a little bit more insights into how I create these projects. And of course, can also ask questions and stuff. So it's kind of like those kind of things keep me doing them. But if, you know, one of them, for example, goes down at some point, then, or, you know, isn't there anymore at some point, then I might end it, but I don't have any straight plans at the moment. Okay, so this lighting, I want to do the lighting, actually no, let's do the finish the left side first, and then do the right side. Also, I'm on live every day. I'm only live Monday through Friday, not over the weekends. But yeah, how was your day? Pretty good. I started something that I have, which is really annoying, is like when I go to bed pretty like at a good time, so that I get almost, you know, at least 7.5 hours of sleep, usually, like 7.5 usually, and that's fine, right? But for some reason, oh, let me check this out real quick. I want to have the highlight. For some reason, oh, sometimes, every time I feel like I'm stressed or I'm thinking about something before going to bed, I have a dream about it, and the problem is that I sleepwalk, meaning that oftentimes those dreams are kind of like I act them out, which isn't too bad, because, you know, when I sleepwalk I don't really notice it, but sometimes I kind of wake up during one of those dreams, for example, that I have, and then I just realize like what am I doing here? And just like, I don't know, stand somewhere in my room and then just go back to bed. And the annoying part about that is I think doing that also makes my sleep less effective. So I might still go to bed, you know, early enough, but then I have like one of those weird dreams that of course I can't predict, and I don't get enough sleep. So then I wake up not, you know, fully fully relaxed, not relaxed, replenished, whatever. refreshed, and the next day it's just then, you know, worse for it. And I don't know if there's anything I can do to fix that. Yeah, but it doesn't happen as often, so it's just kind of like annoyance right now. If it you know, happens more, I kind of know why it happens, because, you know, yeah, when I'm stressed, for example, or when I think about something in the near future, for example, it kind of mostly happens. And if I then, for example, it kind of, yeah, is always like comes and goes in waves, since sometimes I'm thinking about more stuff and I'm more stressed about something. Sometimes I'm sometimes of course it's less. So it's kind of unpredictable. I don't think there's like a clear way to fully fix it, so I just kind of let it happen and accept some days being worse. It's not like I'm fully like super tired. It's just a bit, you know, it's just like, you know, you've gotten like 6 hours of sleep instead of 8, for example. I mean, yeah, 8 for example. So there's like the slight slowness, but it's not too crazy. It's just annoying that you can't do as much as you would like. And yeah, it's like it's kind of like having flies in your kitchen, you know, and even if you kill them or get them out of your house, they still come back. I kind of feels like that, where you just don't have any particular thing you can do to just get rid of them altogether. So you just accept them. It's kind of like, I guess it's kind of how animals work, right? Where you can oftentimes see animals, or even just like people in like more tribal places in the world. Not tribal, but like, yeah, like in, if you see like videos of like people in Africa, for example, they oftentimes like have like flies in their face, for example, but they don't swat them away because they're already used to them. You know, they're like, whatever. I guess they're just gonna be there, and they just deal with them, or they just let them run around because they don't really do anything, right? They just maybe tickle you a little bit. You can oftentimes see that in like animals too, when you see just like a close-up shot of an animal's face, for example, and then there's like a fly just sitting there on their face. They don't really care about it anymore. Sometimes they swat them away with their ears, but it's not really that. They don't really care about being fly-free, right? That's kind of how I treat my sleepwalking, I guess. It's not like I go out of the house or whatever, so it's not like I actually, it's like dangerous. It's just kind of annoying. Okay, so here's something that I sometimes have seen for anime shading, which is kind of weird. And I don't know if I can find it. There it is. Haha, look at this. So, oh, maybe because of that. Sometimes you can see this weird forehead lighting. You can see it here, for example. In this drawing, you can see the light. I don't even know where the light is coming from. I guess from the top and behind him. But you can see here this kind of shadow. Like in between the eyebrows on the forehead. It is sometimes there, sometimes it's not. It's kind of weird that it's there. Because only having shadow there doesn't really make sense. You can see it here too, like a shadow right there. I guess that could be like a stylistic decision, but yeah, so it's a bit it's a weird placement, but it's kind of something I've seen a few times already. So maybe I want to add that too, maybe I don't. I don't know. I guess we could try and see what it looks like, just to see if it makes sense or not. I feel like it won't, but you know, I guess we'll just try and see, you know, if it helps. Okay. Let's see what it looks like. So what if we just do this? I guess for this it could even be quite small. Just do this, for example, and then whoop. Like this. Maybe if we also highlight it a bit more with this, could work. Boom, like this maybe. I don't know. Maybe if we actually... What if we do this? Go full ham. No, it's weird. I feel like it's weird. It doesn't really work as well here. I feel like there's something better we can do. Let's get rid of this. Try again. Okay. I have to make sure that I'm always drawing on the right layer here, because I want to render... These layers need to be rendered separately. So I don't want to have like some weird color on the line art layer and then line art on the fill layer. Let's just do this, I guess. Like that's gonna work better. Maybe we can add a bit more in the middle too, like this, but not too much. Then maybe here, same. But this one could be like this maybe. Yeah, kind of like this. I think it's better. Okay. What software is this? Blender. Pretty easy to find. You just look up Blender and then you'll either find something to mix your food or a 3D software. I feel like I don't even know what's better. What has better SEO? Search engine optimization, Blender, or I guess probably Blender. Blender. Oh, hold on. Blender. Oops. Blender, please. Yeah, there you go. Maybe also because it already knows that I looked for this more. Please, don't annoy me anymore. Yeah. Dude. Hello? Snooze, please. I don't want an update right now. Yeah. Oh, there are normal blenders, but Blender itself has better search engine optimization. Maybe also because if you're looking for a blender, you're not necessarily just looking up Google Blender, maybe. I don't know, maybe, but you would probably just look for like Blender. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I've never bought a blender. Maybe you also wouldn't look it up on Google, but rather on... Actually, maybe, I don't know. Either way, you'll find the 3D program. Actually, what we need to do, instead of using this, we need to use a private window. Here, I think your preferences are not, don't apply to this searching. So if we now look up Blender, this should be a bit more... yeah, see, this is also... Yeah, okay, so it's Blender. There you go. Blender software, Amazon Blender. Oh wow, most of it is Blender, the program. Interesting. Okay. You should make Deadpool 3 intro anime for real. Yes, I will not do it because I already am making a whole anime shot. So I don't have any time to create anything else, unfortunately. Okay. Oh, I also, maybe we could bring back the shadow that we just deleted. This one right here. I wonder what that would look like. Boom. I feel like it makes him a bit more... it looks like he's starving, but it's fine. Boom. Maybe it works. I feel like the lines are better there. I feel like this is better, yeah. Oh, so I feel like this is basically done. I want to add maybe like a line here. Hold on. Boom. This might help. Yeah, I kind of like it. And then I want to add black shadow. Wow, to really darken his eyes. This one can also be a bit more stylized. I kind of thinking, hold on. No, it's fine. Here, what we can do this. Boom. And then follow the line. Like this. Of course, the eyes are gone now, but that's fine. Let's now actually add the white back. And that should create a nice, even darker, eye. and add a bit more depth to the face. Of course, mainly for the main shading, I only really have like a highlight color and a shadow color. There you go. But adding just like this extra darkness just makes it look a bit more serious, which I like. Let me fix it a bit. Where's my... There it is. Black shadow. Lower it a bit. Oh, that's even darker. Wait, what? I thought I already used the darkest one. Did I use the dark one here too? No. Let me fix that real quick. Okay, boom. Okay. And then we can say stroke, assign material. Oh, this one has black shadow. There we go, now it does. Why is what? Okay, whatever. And then here, we do the same. Material. Why is there a dot here? That dot usually means that that's what is being used, but this one's actually using highlight for some reason. But it doesn't tell me that. There you go. I feel like that's pretty good. Okay. Which one's better, Maya or Blender? Blender if you don't want to work in the studio. Okay, perfect. Hold on. I feel like no, I want to adjust this. Not too much, just let me redraw this. I wanna redraw it. the dark shadow underneath. Okay. This one should have black shadow, good. I want to make it like this. Yes. Maybe even like this. What does that look like? That might be a bit too much. Yeah, let's do it a bit different. Actually, what does that look like? Hold on. What if we do this? I feel like that's what I've done already, but I want to see it again. Just to see it. Okay. Now we can also go in here. Wait, can we do that? No, we go into edit mode. We select the thing again, and then we should be able to move it. Is that already automated? Nope, it's not. Stroke, and then we can say move layer or arrange. Oh, shift control down arrow. Okay, so shift control down arrow. You can then move it down until it is lower than the white that we've added. If only that would be possible. Why is that not possible? Hello? It should go lower than what we've painted, but it doesn't. Where's the white that we did? Is there a white? Did I delete the white too? Hello? No, there it is. So if we select this, I guess we can move it shift, control, up. Ah, there you go. Perfect. Also, why is this white so weird? Let me adjust it. Goes way too high. There you go. That's, oops. That's better. Okay. There you go. That looks good. Yeah, I like this. I like this kind of black, really to create like a depth and like even more dramatic shadows in the face. We can maybe do that the same here for the other side, and then that's basically it for the face. Okay. This looks so complex. It's, I guess it is. It's, I guess, a bit more. It's always hard to, like, when you've been doing something for so long, it's hard to see it from a beginner's perspective again. So I would of course say, oh, it's pretty simple. But of course, if you think about it more and more, like the things that I would say like that are simple aren't actually as simple, of course. You know, since, you know, but I just learned them so long ago that for me, of course, They are pretty simple, since I've learned them so long ago that they're just kind of, I guess, second nature at this point. But for somebody else that hasn't done this for multiple years, this is probably going to be quite, you know, if you wanted to do this yourself as somebody that hasn't used the program yet, I can see this being quite complex. Okay, yeah, there you go. Not too bad. I wonder if I want to delete. No, I want to keep it there. I think so, yeah. There you go. Looks pretty good. I thought about adding more lines to the hand here too, but I feel like it's fine. I want to keep the eye probably refined and the rest of the body. Let's do that first and then see if there's more that I want to do to the body too. But I feel like I want to, yeah, let's finish. I want to get to the other to the other shot at some point, okay? So let's see if if only doing this is enough. Are you doing this animation on Blender alone or using other software also? I'm creating the scenes themselves only in Blender, and then I'm doing compositing in DaVinci Resolve, which adds, like, you know, maybe some glow, maybe some some slight color changes and stuff to, you know, just slightly refine it even more, make it even better. But the main part, 90% of it is made in Blender. Do you take courses, anything, read books, edit, or just open Blender and start learning on your own? What I usually do if I want to learn the software, like Unreal Engine 2, is I follow a beginner tutorial first, and then to kind of learn the basics so that I can at least operate in the software. And then I try to, and then I just create a project for myself. Like, I think in Unreal Engine, it was just to create I think the first project that I wanted to do was just to create a basic jump and run puzzle, right? Without any crazy blueprints or whatever. Just build, you know, with blocks and stuff, just like a jump and run game, I guess. You know, just like first person and then you jump on things. And yeah, what I usually do is I look up beginner tutorial and then I know the basics and then I come up with projects. And during those projects, usually you face problems or things that you don't know, and then you look them up and then you learn something new, and then you continue, you come up with a new problem, you learn, you realize that you have a new problem, you learn about that problem, or you learn how to fix that problem, you learn something new. You have a new problem, you fix the problem, you learn something new. And that's kind of how I like to learn, just learning by doing, I guess. But of course, other people are different. Some people like to follow like bigger courses to, you know, go through a whole project. I prefer to go and, you know, just learn by doing projects that I come up with myself. Which means that sometimes, you know, they also just don't get finished because I realize that the problem that I'm trying to fix has so many sub things that I need to learn that I actually, you know, realize that it takes too long and I should start with something simpler. But of course, you know, that's kind of like the way that I do it. Progress, pretty good. 8 out of 32 scenes are finished. Just and you know, most of them won't take as long as this one, for example, which I now have, which is, you know, this one probably gonna take like 1.5 days of working on this, but the other ones shouldn't take as long. So it should be, yeah, hopefully we can finish it this week, but you never know. My biggest enemy is back pain. How do you cope? Luckily I don't have back pain. I feel like one reason for that is maybe just because I'm still not as old, right? That I have back pain. Some people get it early, some people, you know, don't, but I don't have it yet. I think one reason for that is that I was always cognizant, or like was always, hold on, first of all, do we need to do anything here, or is this one done? I want to go into the gun a bit later. I want to fix the gun, just these small adjustments in a second. First I want to finish this. So yeah, I don't, yeah, I feel like this shot is done. So let's see how much we can copy now. yeah, I don't have back pain myself. I think one reason for that is that I always heard like, oh, sitting a lot gives you back pain, sitting a lot gives you back pain. If you're not careful, especially, right? So one thing that I did is I got a standing desk, which I should use more often, the standing function. But another thing is that I always try to be aware, or like update my, or like just be aware of how I'm sitting, so that I never sit for too long, like hunched over, basically, with like the neck forward, right? I try to always make sure that my back is straightened, right? Sometimes I just like sit like this, for example, and then I, just straighten like this to kind of refresh my back and make it, straight again. So, I try to notice when I sit, badly, and then I also, sometimes, I, stand up because I have a standing desk, and other times, something that also helps is cracking my back when I have like a slight pressure feeling, or just lying in bed, for example, for a bit, just to kind of relax the back. That can also help. It's not, yeah. If you have it chronically, so it's always hurting. I don't know. I can't really help you with that because I don't have that problem yet. But yeah, being cognizant of how you're sitting is, I think, a good way to avoid it for longer than if you're just sitting however it's comfortable, right? Okay, I actually see one problem that I want to fix, which is here for the biceps. If this is kind of in shadow, this should probably be also more in shadow. So I want to extend this a bit to probably here. That should be better. Boom. Yeah, that should look better. Maybe a bit more. Although, I think it's fine. Okay. Yeah. Let's see how much we can copy now. So if you go here, now let's just go back again and go here so we can see all the lines. We're just gonna first start with the face. I think copying it one by one makes more sense than doing everything at once, because then it's hard to see what has actually been added and what hasn't. So let's do that first. Just copy all of these things and then go from there. Maybe we can just, oh, lines too. Sculpt it and push it in the right direction rather than having to redraw everything, because that would take much longer, of course. And that's something I want to get better at. Instead of just doing what I already know works, find a technique that might speed up the process. Even though, you might have to rethink how you're doing things. Be more lazy. But, in the same vein, faster, I guess. Because you're trying to optimize the workflow. Boom, boom. Also this, and the eye bits too. I feel like I can just select everything. Yeah, what if I just do this? Oh, this too, I guess. Okay. I just need to make sure that I'm hovering over everything that I want to copy at some point. And then I can extend the selection in a second. So that should be fine. And now I can just do Control plus numpad plus, to extend the selection range. And I've selected everything. So, copy. Okay, copy. Move over. Pray. And paste. Aha, look at this. Almost perfect. That's actually nice. Look at this. It's kind of like it was animated. Look at this. Before. Ooh. After. And the only thing that is really a problem is up here. You can see it's kind of shifted over here. Oh, it's kind of shifted over here too, but these are very, very small adjustments that we now have to make. Instead of having to redraw everything, these small adjustments should be pretty easy to do by going into sculpt mode. So, you can also sculpt grease pencil. There you go, just push it up. Since they're also just points that you move around, that you can move around. There you go. And all of this looks better. Let me go in here. And of course, if sculpting doesn't work, you can also just go back and adjust the individual points. There you go. And then here you can see it's a bit further out than I would want it to be. Let's push it out here. Let's see, before. Yep, that's good. Maybe a bit further in again. There you go. And there you go. Oh, up here. Okay, and then I saw a little bit more here. Boom. Slight position changes. Nothing too crazy. Okay, perfect. And here, the same. And there you go. Basically perfect. Nice. Yeah, good. Let's just do the face first for all the frames, and then we can do the rest. I feel like that's easier. Have you experimented with line art thickness, like the gun being close to the camera, for example? Yeah. So in anime, of course, since they don't have like a world space, they only have like screen space, meaning they just draw on paper, right? So the line art, if they don't purposely do it, they only use like one pen, for example, for line art. It doesn't really matter how close something is. It will all have the same line thickness. You can switch it, for example, here. I don't know if I can still do it, but I think so. We go for these lines, for example. We could switch them to, where is it? Display? Nope. Viewport? Nope. Strokes. You can switch it from screen space to world space, and then of course this gets way thicker. But you can also see what problem that creates. I don't know if you can dynamically change the line thickness of these generated lines once they're baked. I don't think you can. So I just opt to use screen space. If I want to make them thicker, I can still do that. But I kind of like to stick with an even line thickness, just because that's kind of closer to anime. Some anime, I think, play around a little bit more with line thickness, but you know, for me right now, it's easier to just stick with the same one and create a more consistent result, rather than trying to make it a bit more stylized, a bit more maybe interesting, while also having to play around and fiddle around more with the settings and stuff. So yeah. So maybe in the next one that I do like this, it's gonna be different. But right now, nope. I kind of played around with it in the test renders that I did. Right here, for example. Where am I? Here, for example, the renders, the stills that I've done to kind of test this. You can see in this one how I've basically drew over the main line arts. Actually, for this one, I haven't done it. For this one, I have. And you can see how I kind of drew over them just to kind of experiment with the look. This one looks a bit too sketchy, of course. But just to kind of see. I actually also thought about using like white lines to add some details, which I kind of like still. And maybe I'll add it, but I feel like I want to stick to black. Although the white lines look pretty cool. So I don't really know what I want to do. Maybe I'll add them at some point, but right now I don't want to do it. But here you can see like how I drew over this clear line with this extra line to give it more thickness. So you could do it manually, but I want to just spend less, or like save some time, right, doing that. I just don't do it. And just work with a consistent line thickness. Thank you, Weird. Hope you. Well, thank you, I appreciate it. Using Rigify, what are the green circles and how to move them when you say move the arm? Currently doing weight paints and I'm unsure how to do it. So when you would do weight painting, there's something important about what you need to know about Rigify. You know, I'm assuming that you haven't watched the Rig Anything with Rigify playlist on YouTube. This basically explains you everything that you need to know about Rigify. But if you haven't watched that, there's something important that you need to do or need to know once you get into changing the weights of your Rigify, of your model that is rigged or like parented to a Rigify mesh. Let me show you what that is. Once Blender has loaded. Okay. Oh, right. So, boom. If we now add a cool new armature. This one. Cool. Okay. Looks like a cool new armature. Okay. Now we can just generate it. Takes a bit. Boom. Okay. now we have this, which is the, the actual Rigify rig. So what you have to keep in mind is that this is multiple layers of rig, of bones. The bones that you see here, all of the bones that you see right now are not the bones, except maybe for the root bone at the bottom, that actually move or deform the model. These are all just control bones. If we go here into the bone collections, Rigify creates all of these bone layers, and you can see all of them as well in the end panel right here. You can hide them to make it a bit more easy, to make it easy to see what happens, right? You can also hold to enable multiple at the same time. But this is what Rigify creates. All of the bones that are in these sections are not the bones that control your mesh. They're not deform bones, they're only control bones. The actual bones that they're optimized basically for visibility and clarity, so you know what you're moving when you move one of these bones. The bones that actually move the mesh, the deform bones, are all the way down here and hidden. Okay, here we have 3 layers that are hidden. One of them is called org, the other one MCH, and the third one def. Those are the def layer. If you enable them, those are the bones that are actually deforming the model, which is why the layer is called def. It's the deform bones, the deformation bones. And the way this works is that these bones are basically have constraints. So they basically copy, for example, the rotation of the control layers, and basically work that way. So once you move, for example, you can look at this bone, let's look at the foot bone. The foot bone copies the transformation of the foot tweak L. If we now look at the foot or the leg bones, right? Leg L. What's this one called? Foot IKL. If we look at the other ones, if we also enable the foot tweak, for example, here we have the foot tweak L. So once we move this blue bone, for example, the deformation bone follows. So the deformation bones you don't actually change. You only really use the control bones to move the rig. And so if you want to do white painting, you actually need to basically hide all the control bones, like this, for example, and then show the deformation bones, and then you can see, all the bones that are actually deforming. And this makes it a bit easier to see. Oh, did it crash? Hello? I think this blender just crashed. Okay. This makes it easier to see which bones are actually affecting the mesh. And then the green ones are, so yeah, there's also 2 layers of control for the mesh. It's actually, oh, never mind. Okay. So what are you talking about with the green bones? Green circles? Yes. Those are, oops. Ta-da. Okay. Those are 2 ways to control your limbs. So they're basically 2 ways to control your limbs for a 3D model, and also basically 2 ways to animate in 2D or 3D. One way is to control, is kind of how your arm mainly works, where this arm, the upper arm, controls the movement of the forearm and the movement of the hand, and then of course moving the forearm controls not the movement of the upper arm, right? If you do this, the upper arm doesn't move, only the forearm and the hand moves, and then if you move the hand, of course the fingers move. That is kind of called FK, or forward kinematics, meaning that the controls kind of tree out, or kind of, I guess, start from the starting bone, and then the next bone, and then the last bone. Kind of the same for the leg. FK meaning, the thigh first, the calf next, and then the foot last. The other way that you can work is from the last bone backwards, which would be called inverse kinematics. which, you know, I guess also it kind of makes more sense if you have forward kinematics than reverse kinematics, but I guess inverse also works, which basically means that you control the previous bones with the last bone. So for the hand, for example, you move the hand bone and then the forearm and the upper arm moves. You can see it here. And to switch between the two modes, you can use the IK-FK hand slider right here. This kind of determines how much weight or which mode controls or deforms the arm. By default, it uses IK like this, right? But if you switch it over to 1, then it uses the green bones. You can see the fingers moving. So now you can see the fingers move with the green bones. If I switch this back again, zip, and then the fingers move with the red bones, or the red bone right here. And then if I, for example, do this, you can see the fingers don't move again, move anymore. Yeah, so that's kind of how you can switch between the two. Why you would switch between the two kind of depends on what use case or what kind of situation you want to animate. If you, for example, have someone, if you want to have a more stationary hand, like on a wall, for example, and the rest of the body is still moving, you would rather use IK to fixate the position and to kind of just anchor the position of the hand, and then the rest moves around it, right? That would be IK. But if you, for example, do a throw, for example, it's much easier to create a nice arch, you know, using FK, because FK starts from the upper arm, right? So just by rotating, for example, the upper arm, you also rotate perfectly in an arch the hand and the forearm. So that's, for example, where IK works better. So, for example, if I wanted to animate this in an arch, like upwards, for example, for FK, it looks like this. And then for IK, yeah, for FK it looks like this. And then for IK, you would kind of estimate and kind of manually create this arch with your animation. So it's a bit more finicky and a bit harder to create a perfect arch. Just using FK makes that much easier. Yeah, there you go. Currently doing weight paints and I'm unsure how to do it. Yeah, for the weight painting, I also hate weight painting. Two things that help me for that is to create a proxy mesh. So basically, if you have a mesh that is very dense, even in its base form, you can create a mesh that is simpler. Basically, just remesh it simpler, right? It doesn't even need to have the face necessarily. Although, well, you probably wouldn't have the face if you want to weight paint the face. But what I could have done, for example, what I've done, for example, for Guts, because Guts has a lot of like gear around him. He also has some, but it's not as much. Guts, for example, has like a sword behind him. He has some bags on his waist. He has an armor plate. He has like plating, shoulder plates and stuff. So creating good weight painting for that is much harder by just weight painting manually. What you want to do, or what I've done and what worked really well, is to create a proxy mesh that is kind of encapsulating everything that is kind of supposed to have the same movement, I guess, or the entire mesh. So going over the shoulder pads, for example, or at least kind of creating an average of all those shapes together. So if you, for example, let me see if I can visualize it. So if you, for example, have this, right? You have a person. Okay, boom. And then that person also has shoulder pads, like this, for example. And it has a armor, right? Boom. Okay. And then maybe helmet, doesn't really matter. What we want to do is you want to create an sort of like an average mesh that kind of encapsulates those. And that's going to be like your proxy mesh. The proxy mesh is supposed to be like just a one single mesh, kind of like a, yeah, it's kind of like just one single mesh made out of one, continuous object that you can then weight paint, and then you can transfer those weight paints over to the actual model or to the actual individual meshes. So the I don't know, like the proxy for this could be kind of the same, but then it kind of deviates here by going a bit wider and then back to normal. A bit wider here. So it kind of creates a nice weight paint. It creates nice weight painting, which you then can transfer to the actual mesh. So then you would go ahead and go, for example, select the shoulder pad, for example, select the proxy mesh once the proxy mesh has been weight painted. No, you actually don't have to do that. You can use a, what's it called? Let me go here again, create another thing. What's it called again? I forgot what it's called. It's the data transfer modifier. You select the proxy mesh right here, and then you say vertex data, vertex groups, and you basically just, I think nearest face interpolated works well. You just do that, and then you can basically transfer the weights from the proxy mesh to the actual main objects, and that should create a pretty good weight painting. If you want to do manual weight painting, I hate, there are a few settings you need to make sure that you have enabled, which for some reason are not by default enabled. The first one, I guess symmetry, if it works for your case, right? Just because you have to do half the work then. Also, you can play around with topology mirror. If mirroring doesn't work properly, you can also switch this off to use, I think, like screen space mirroring or something. No, wall space mirroring. So instead of looking at the topology and whether it's the same on the other side, it looks at where the brush currently is on one side and then copies it over to the other side too. And then auto normalize and multi-paint. I don't remember what multi-paint is. Oh, you can select multiple bones and paint multiple weights. But the most important one is auto normalize. This basically just allows you to to avoid one bone, for example, having like one part of the geometry having multiple bones having a value of 1. It's kind of hard to explain, but you basically run into that when you, for example, adjust the shoulder, where you say, oh, this bone should have like 100% value, or like 1, right? But then you switch the bone and you also apply, full red, basically value 1, to the same geometry for another bone. All of a sudden you have like both bones affect the geometry 100%, and that you don't want to have that. You can avoid that by just enabling auto normalize. Then by painting the second bone full red in the same space, it just replaces the old value 1 and make sure that every geometry, which you can see if I, for example, do this, right? Boom. Okay. If I now go into edit mode and select like this vertex here, for example, you can actually see the, where is it? Hey, why is it not in here? Oh, there it is. Vertex weights. If you're always curious if any of your geometry, for example, has more than value 1, you can see it right here. This one has a vertex value of 0.965. You can see this always different for these. So yeah, this way you can make sure that it's never above 1, which you kind of want to always avoid. Yeah. Also, I don't remember how I made this black. I think I switched the, what did I do? How did I make this black? I don't remember. But oh, another thing that you want to do, what I like to do is, because I hate weight painting like very precisely, what I've seen in a video, I don't remember who it was though. You want to start with auto weight painting, and then basically only really smooth or smear this, so that, some areas are more deformed by this weight or they're less. This way you don't really change the weights too much. And for me at least, it's more intuitive to do it this way rather than, for example, using the brush and adding more. I do that sometimes, but usually I just smudge it and then maybe smooth it to even it out. That's an easier way for me to work. So basically auto generate weights and then smear it. Is it smearing? Yeah, smear it to fine tune it a bit. Yeah. Boom. Okay. How much of your day is spent sitting? Probably 10 hours or so. Maybe more. I used CryEngine and was a big fan of Crysis game. Then I used Unreal Engine and it grew up after that real Unreal Tournament. Yeah. Yeah, I think now it's one of the main engines. I don't know if CryEngine is still being used. I think it was mainly used for CryEngine, right? Like for Cry. What's it called again? The game? Cry whatever. I'm 22 and have severe back pain. Ooh, yeah. Back pain is one of the big things that I want to avoid for as long as possible. That's why I'm so paranoid about my posture. We're making it an actual series or just making an anime style Deadpool animation? No, just a proof of concept, I guess. Like what it could look like. I'm not creating a whole series. I'm just creating like one animation basically in that look. Hey Mark, hope you have a good day. How many days until it's finally uploaded? I don't know. Maybe I always say like beginning of next month, so it could be first or second week. That would probably be my my guess. First or second week of next month. Welcome Saraya, hope you have a good day. Or Saria, maybe. Welcome Piyush, hope you also have a good day. Rigged my first model yesterday, nice. Was a horse. What was it? Put it into a neat pose, nice. Use Rigify, but I'm not sure if that still counts as knowing how to rig, as I told people I know how to now. I guess it's one way to rig, but you don't really know how to rig, how the rig works. I would always recommend to use an add-on once you know what the add-on does. Otherwise, you don't really know how to fix problems that the add-on could create. So you technically don't really know how to rig. You only really know how to use Rigify. So I think it would be a good idea to at least rig it manually once to know like the basics at least, and create the same pose basically. Yeah, with a manual rig too. Shouldn't that be default, the FK? I think IK is just more intuitive for most people, so that's why it's you know, the default. Rigify or Miximo? Rigify. Rigify for precision, Miximo for speed. Yeah, automatic weights are not perfect usually, but refining, I usually don't change them too much. Yeah. One modifier that is very, very important actually, you can see right here, which is this one. I called it fixed lats and shoulders. Oftentimes the shoulders, and especially like the lats right here, flail out way too much. This modifier right here, corrective smooth it's called, fixes that like very, very well. But it's important to use a vertex group for that, and only really mark kind of the shoulder area to fix. Otherwise, for example, the fingers get way too smooth and way too sausagey. It can make some structures too smooth, but it works really, really well for the shoulders and the lats. Yeah, if you ever have a mesh where one, like a few vertices, for example, have more than one value, or like they have values higher than one for the weight painting, I think there's also a setting to normalize, but you know, auto normalizing of course does that for you. CryEngine uses it still, but most of the companies use Unreal now. Yeah, Crisis 4 is in development, okay. Yeah, so I guess they probably still use it, but I feel like it has been kind of developed for that. But maybe I'm wrong, I don't really know the history. Okay, so let's get into it, back into it. Oh, right. Where's the inline manual? Oh, right, overpaint. There you go. So we copied the face. Oh, let's do the face fully first, and then we can do the rest. I guess let's just... Oh, we already have it copied. So basically we can just go over here and do the same thing again. Boom. Does that look good? Yep, nothing looks offset. Good. Perfect. I see here there's a slight problem, but we can fix that. Just move this down. Also, what is going on here? Okay. Perfect. Looks pretty good. Any other issues up here? Let's move this. Oh, let me fixate this. I don't want to change the line out. I also only... Oops. Wait, what? Is the line out... Oh, no. I think I added the line out to the fill layer. That's not good. Let's move those up. M, line art. Perfect. Separating line art and the fill layer, the fill colors, is really, really useful, especially once you want to adjust them. So here, for example, I can just do this now. And yeah, fix it. Actually, for this, it doesn't really work that well, since I need to only move the black part, not the shadow. There you go. Perfect. You can see the same here. What is happening here? Oh. I guess I'll just do it manually real quick. Better than having to repaint everything. Oops. Wait, what is this? There you go. Okay. This side too, and then most of it should be there, or all of it. There you go. Good. Looking pretty good. Oops, down here. Oh, the lines are also on the fill layer. That's not good. I need to adjust that too. Let's do that right now. It's kind of important to have them separated since I want to render them separately. Line art is going to be on a different render layer than the fill stuff. So making sure that they're on different layers is important. Wait, what did I do? Oh, hold on. I don't see which ones are which. It's hard, hold on. Which ones are line art? I guess, can I hide them? Hold on. Nope. Okay, well, I guess I just have to identify which ones are lines, which are not. Still better than painting them manually. Okay. Dude, how can I always select this thing? Oh my god. Oops. Okay. Is there a better way to do this? I guess individually. Line out. There you go. That's the bad one. Okay. That's not line out. Is there any more line out up here? Is there more down here? Yes, there is. Quite a bit more. Is that line art? Yes, it is. That line art? Yes, it is. Of course, that's why I want to make sure that I always draw on the right layer, because otherwise I have to do this, which nobody wants to do. Okay. But I guess I just made that problem myself, so I have to fix it. I think that's it. Yeah, good. Other side. And then we have all of it. Okay. So many lines. Okay. Almost there, I think. A few more. Yep, there you go. The last few. Okay. Good. There you go. Now the line should be all... Nope, never mind. Wait, is that... Yes, there's a few more. Oh my god, I need to move all these too. I am so dumb. These ones as well. Oh, I think the problem happens when I copy it. I think it just copies it to one layer instead of just keeping it on the same layer. So I think in the original one, I actually did it properly, but now I didn't. Because it is copying it all to one layer. Which is kind of dumb, but we can still avoid that by just copying them individually. Not, you know, not the fill layer plus the liner together, just doing one after the other. And that should hopefully fix it. There you go. Is that everything? Nope. Wait, is that the auto? No. Okay. How's it going? Pretty good. Hope you're doing well. Hassan. Love your sculpting videos. Will there be more to come? You mean tutorials? Or just me sculpting something like the Elden Ring chess set, for example? Tutorials, probably not. But the other one, maybe. Probably. I just need to find a good project for it. So far, I don't have one planned, but maybe. Maybe in the future. Okay. I think that's all of them. Nope, there's one more. There you go. Which also means that that was happening in the previous one. Oh no. You know what? I feel like I'm gonna just redo this. And just, let me check. Yep. And just, so this one should be the correct one, right? So we have the lines. Yep, makes sense. And then we have the fill. Okay. I feel like I'm going to just recopy it again. But this time separately. I feel like that should fix it. Well, let's do it again. Yeah, I guess so. PT is annoying, but, you know, still better than doing it manually. What is this? Who knows? I just want to make sure that I don't delete it from the original. 15 should be the original. Yes, good. Okay, get rid of all of this. Actually, do I want to remove the rim light too? Maybe. Nah, the rim light I did before. I want to keep it there. It should be already Perfect. So let me just remove this. Okay, good. And now, let's try this again. Okay. So, what we could do, I wonder if that works. What if we just do this? Okay. What if we select everything? And then... Okay. Make sure it's all selected, okay. And then we hide the line art. Copy this, does that work? Boom. Only copying the fill? Oh, it does, nice, that's good. Which also means that we can now individually fix these, which is also nice. Okay. So this should move it to the fill, which is nice. And then if we bring this back and hide the other one, theoretically, we should be able to copy this. Okay. And move it over to the line art layer. Perfect. Aha, that's how you do it. Okay. You have to copy them individually. Okay, I guess. Something new learned once again. Okay. Let me eat a banana real quick. Get some energy back. Oops. This one's pretty old already, but still fine in the middle. It's funny, I started putting bananas into the refrigerator. And usually when you just leave them outside, they get browner. And browner and browner. But the inside also does the same. In the refrigerator, the outside gets browner and browner, but the inside stays pretty much the same, which is pretty pretty funny. Yeah. It just gets a bit softer, I guess. But not brown, which is good. Okay, so now that we actually have them separated, we can also fix them separately. Wow. What's happening here? I guess I'll just draw fix it. I feel like that's easier. Is it easier? Okay. Boom, easy. Oops. Do the same on this side. Okay, there you go. And then here you can see some issues. This one should be easy to fix. The other one might be a bit harder. First of all, this one. I think I'm just gonna edit it. Might be easier here. There you go. Okay. Good. Looks kind of weird though. That's fine. Weird is fine. And then here you can see like this little gap. Shouldn't be too hard to fix. Okay, this side is done. And then the same for this side. This might actually not be visible in the final result just because the lines maybe cover these small gaps, but it's fine. I just waste some time here if that's the case. I guess maybe, but it's fine, okay? It's just a small time investment that I did there. Nothing too crazy. Okay, good. There you go. Looks pretty good. So let's do the same thing again. Yes. So first of all, take. Let's start with the line art. I think line art is easier. Boom. Control. Oh, wait, what? This already has line art? That doesn't make sense. I guess I just didn't delete it here. Or I guess yeah, I guess it's fine. This one. Let's just copy the line art fully and then do the other part next. And that's good. Same here. And this works so well because it the line art fits into this every time, even though everything moves, right? Because I actually, the camera moves, but not the position of anything else. So even though the position of this face changes, the position in world space doesn't change. Only the camera in world space changes. Also, why do I copy these things every time? Why are they selected? Okay. Now let's try that again. Next frame. Boom. Okay, looks good. Next frame. Boom. Looking good. A few more. 2 and 3. Perfect. And now the same for the fill, and then we should be good. The fill might need some adjustments, but first what I want to adjust. Oh, right. I want to remove these extra lines that I copied. There you go. Get these out of here. Okay. And this one too. Oh, one more. There you go. Looking pretty good. What did I enter into? The creation of a Deadpool anime. I guess. Welcome to the creation zone. Okay, there you go. Now for the fill. Oh, what is this? Let's fix that real quick. Wait, what? Oh, because I haven't enabled the fill. There you go. So this one needs to be next. Okay. Select everything. Boom. Boom. Okay, good. Take everything. Expand selection. Copy. And hopefully it works. Paste. Ta-da! Why is this still messed up? Oh, because I didn't fix it here. Why? Let's fix it. Weird. Okay, whatever. And then once the face is done, we can do the same for the body. And then the only thing that really needs more manual adjustments is the arm. And the arm is fairly simple, and the hand. It shouldn't take too long. Boom. Fix this too. Perfect. Okay. Oh, this up here is kind of visible. Well, that's good because we can just sculpt it. put that in there. Perfect. This. Look at this. With line art. Looks nice. Good. Oh, hold on, actually. Yep, fits perfectly nice. And then since we fixed this one... Oh, the next one is also copied already, so let's fix this one too. And then... Wait, this one is already fixed. How? Okay, I guess so. Whatever. Now we can select this one and copy this over to the next parts. Wait, no, there's nothing here. That's why it isn't fixed. Okay, copy this one. Okay, boom. Easy. Pretty good. No problems that I can see right now. I can actually see one. Oh, I know what the problem is. Wait, do I? Yes, I do. This is the problem. Wait, no, let's just draw over it, whatever. Okay, yeah, there's like small adjustments here and there. Of course, the copying, you know, it's kind of annoying since you have to always fix some small issues. But once again, the other alternative is having to redraw all of this every time. And I feel like in that case, this is much easier. And, you know, much less painful. Oops. Oh, I see a problem. Let's fix those problems real quick. Here's one. Move it down. Perfect. Okay. Wait, what is happening here? That doesn't make sense. Okay. Interesting. I don't know why it goes up there. Weird. Whatever. I'll fix it. Maybe a glitch, maybe not. Who knows? You know what? Who cares? There you go. Good. Fixed. This one up there needs to be fixed. Okay, that should be fine. Any other issues? I don't see any. Good. Next one. This one should also have one. Yep, you can see here there's an issue. Once again with the offset. Shouldn't be too hard to fix though. Getting closer and closer to the end. I might actually just change this too. Perfect. Okay, I think the next one also has, yep, and you see the problem continuing. You know, the worst problems are the ones that where you think you have a fix for it, but then when you actually do the fix, it just makes it worse. And then you think you're fixing it, but you're actually just making it worse and worse and worse. And then at some point you realize it, and then fixing that problem after you've realized it just gives you even more work since you've made it even worse. Slowly but surely. Okay, move that over. Okay, good. Next one. Does not have the things yet. Good. So it's time to copy. Actually, let's just copy everything to make sure that everything looks exactly how it's supposed to look. I also hope that this actually copies it in the right layering. I think so. I think it does, but you never know. Boom. Okay, looks pretty good. actually no issues that I'm seeing right now, except for up here, which should be easy to fix. Ta-da! You know, I rewatched a podcast yesterday that happened at BlenderCon 2 years ago. They actually had like a, you know, did a few podcasts in between talks, I think. And in one of them, they talked about creating like pocket versions basically of Blender, where basically you can create like smaller versions of Blender that have, where you can basically opt in or opt out of certain features. So for example, if you want to show someone a 3D render of somebody's house, for example, right? You don't really need scope mode. You don't really need texture painting. You don't really need weight painting. You don't need any of that. So in what their idea was basically, I don't know if that has already happened. I don't think so, but basically they want to make like light versions basically where you can opt in and out of features, so that when you want to show, for example, that person their house, for example, the file, or first of all the file, but also the program itself is much slimmer and probably can load everything much faster and is running much faster because there's so much less that it has to, you know, work with. Yeah, these kind of pocket version of blenders, and I thought that was kind of interesting because yeah, it of course makes it a bit more accessible and also more versatile. But yeah, I don't think they have done that yet. Maybe also they talked about Blender on iPad. I don't know if it was, I think somebody just asked Blender on iPad question mark, but there was no confirmation or anything. So I don't want to get your hopes up if you're waiting for that. Okay, there you go. Okay, nice. Scope mode. Good. Looking nice. Have you ever looked at the documentation for Guilty Gear? A little bit, yeah. Like they made some presentations before about how they, like some of their techniques. I've looked into those presentations, but not like any like full documentation. Oh. Boom. Okay, small things to adjust. Nothing major. Okay, looking good. Okay. We have one more frame. Nice. And then we are done with the face. That's always the worst, because you think like, oh, I'm done, but wait, there's more. Oh, I'm done, but wait, there's more. You can always do more and refine it even more, right? But at some point you just have to kind of decide how deep you want to go with all of this and where you want to stop. Unfortunately. I think, yeah, there you go. Let's see what it looks like. If there are any big issues, if you can't see them going this slow through the frames, you won't see them looking through them 24 frames per second, right? So this should be fine. Yep, looks pretty good. Nice. Okay. Let's copy the body shadows and then we can do the arm. And then we are basically done. So what got into the idea of making 3D look 2D? I saw, at some point I saw, let me see if I can find it. First thing that I saw, well, I was basically kind of looking for topics of interest that people have in Blender, right? And what I saw, I think was Bran Sculpts made a video, which was this one, should be one of his, this one. He made this video, getting that 2D look in 3D, right? And I remembered, hey, wait, I've seen this before, right? Creating something 3D and 2D. This is what he's done before too, making an anime character in 3D, right? So he's made some of these videos before, and one good way to find video ideas for yourself is to just look around what worked already for others and then seeing if you can improve on it or just give it your own spin, right? So what I did is I saw, hey, 2D, you know, creating something 2D and 3D, or the other way around also works, where it was by, I think it's Polygon. Never mind, what's his name again? Wasn't it Polygon? What? Sculpting 2D in 3D. This one? Yeah, there you go. Oh, with a Y, okay. He has made some of these videos too, where he made like 2D to 3D, sculpting a girl from scratch to finish, right? So I knew that it's kind of an interesting topic for people, like, oh, how to turn 2D into 3D, or how to turn 3D into 2D, you know? Using the software in the way that is not intended, I guess. This is not kind of that way, but like this, oh, how to create a 2D style in 3D. And I also saw some of these others, like Blender create 2D look or something like that. There are some very, very, very popular videos, like for example, this one, or where's the other one? Of course, this one. This one I saw, like my Blender 2D 3D process with grease pencil. What I like to do is I like to look at like popular topics, like one technique that I basically use, and then see if I can find ways, like try to find the most extreme version of that concept. So for this one, you know, creating a 2D look in 3D. What I came up with was creating, you know, recreating an actual anime scene in 3D. And so the first, you know, video that I did was recreating Spirited Away in 3D. And then that kind of developed more and more, and now it's, you know, creating a Deadpool anime in 3D, I guess. So it just kind of, you know, got more and more elaborate, I guess. The first one was fairly simple, just kind of testing it out, and then, yeah. Going a bit deeper with each try. Okay, so this should all be the same. So if I just copy all this, theoretically, okay, I should be able to just move it, copy it over. Boom, okay, this should all be everything. Oops. Let's see how it looks. Copy. Boom. And then, oh, never mind. Oh, yeah. And then, oh, hide this for a second. Paste. Not perfect, but better than nothing. You can see the back here and the arm is different, so that's why some of these things have shifted. Especially, oops, I didn't want to do that. Especially in the arm region it has shifted, but it's fine. We can fix that. This is just a small change, but then the lat, for example, you can see has shifted quite a bit. How has it shifted? Okay. Move it back. Wait. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Oops. What is happening? Hello? I want to move both. Oh, that's how it works. Okay. Okay. There you go. And then down here, what is this? Why does it look like this? Oh, because it wasn't visible before. There you go. Easy. Good. Looks good. Let's do that again. Copy. Move. And paste. Looking good. Looking good. Anything wrong? Nope. Next one. This one should be different again. Yep, but not too hard to fix. Yep, you can see all of this stays the same. The only thing that changes, of course, what is moving, right? So let's fix that real quick. Oh, hello. Okay, that's fine. This, I don't know why it's so separated, but we can mix it together. Oh, hello. Okay, that's good. And then here you can see it's kind of moved. Is it kind of underneath the line? I think it is. Nope, never mind. It is not. Is it before? Welcome, ready. Hope you have a good day. Basically solving the problem you ran into on your Berserk video. Yeah, I learned some things from the Spirited Away video. Like, for example, I improved rigging, for example, for the Berserk video. So the rigs are much better using Rigify actually this time. For Shihiro, I manually rigged her, which looked horrendous. And then I, for Berserk, learned how to use Rigify and how to do normal editing properly. So the faces, for example, shaded better. That was the thing that I did there. And then, oh, I actually forgot one here. And then for this one, I wanted to fix especially the shading and the compositing so that it just looks more like anime. Because I haven't really done compositing for Berserk at all, and I didn't do like super detailed like like shading adjustments manually with grease pencil at all in the Berserk thing. So for this time I want to do that to make it better. Okay, so this should be fine. Looks good. Actually, this line should be a bit further in. Okay, there you go. Looking pretty good. Next one. Wait, copying. Copy. Oh, I should probably fix what I just forgot to copy. This thing right here. Maybe I should fix it first. There you go. Good. Now copy. Boom. Crazy to think that it's almost done already. You have two kinds of people in this stream. The one joining for a second, asking how long until it's done, and then and then after hearing the answer, leaving. And the other person joining. I don't know how long you've been there, but saying, "Hey, crazy how fast this goes." Okay, this is good. Two kinds of people in the world. Okay. Boop. Oh, it's already copied. Well, that's awkward. I guess I'll just pick this then. Good. This one doesn't have it. Have it? Nope, it does. Never mind. Still fine. Move it over. Good. Next one. Oh, what is this? I see an error. Is that an error? I think it is. Yes, it is. Aha. Mistake spotted. Boom. That's better. The shadow should not go underneath the line. But as you can see, it does. And what do we do when we find shadows that are in the wrong position? We sculpt them away. There you go. Good. fixed. I think you should look into how Guilty Gear does textures and UV maps. They have line art on the texture and they have a solution that makes it look good from any distance. Okay. The problem is that, of course, the main problem is that the... what's it called? Like game engines are different to, you know, 3D programs. So some features that game engines have don't exist in the same way in Blender, for example. So some features or some techniques that they use, you just can't use as well or not at all in Blender, but maybe I'll look into it at some point. It's interesting. I probably do more of these animations, you know, anime style things. And oops, god damn it. And if I can improve on them, right? Why not? The thing is, there might be a way to create, there might be a technique to create line art that looks good from any distance with textures. But the problem arises when you want to adjust the line art. So for example, here I added line art to his face to already automatically generate these lines, right? You can see them if I hide this, you can see, oh, hold on. If I hide all this, you can see there are some lines here already, these edges that are creating these lines, but they don't look good from all angles, and especially after deformation. So I need the option to be able to adjust them after the fact. And having them as textures kind of makes that sort of permanent and hard to adjust. So I don't know if there is a better way to do line art other than using grease pencil. Wait, what happened here? I forgot to select a thing. Oh no. Boom. Okay, that's good. Okay. And you edit UV. Yeah, maybe they have like certain like sections where you can just remove stuff. But I don't know if you can edit UVs in a linked mesh. It would have to be automated. I don't know if you can do that. Maybe, probably with geometry nodes at least. Maybe you can do it another way too. You can probably just switch UV maps, I guess, if you want it. Okay, hold on. Oh, the big thing also that you run into is that you can't really... Maybe you can separate them, but I don't know. Maybe... Yeah, maybe I'll look into it. I need to think about it more. Okay. Are you sculpting his body or are you sculpting an object on top of the model? What do you mean? His body is already sculpted. I'm just drawing on top to improve the shading, if that's what you mean. I'm not changing the model itself. I'm just, yeah, overlaying colors, I guess. You can see it here. There you go. This is the model, right? And then here we have this little bit right here that is sitting in front of the camera to improve the look. Okay. Is there anything I need to do here? Or is that already good? It looks good. I think it's fine. I need to copy it now. I was kind of lost right now for a second. I had to rethink all my decisions in life. Okay. This time I'm gonna copy them. Perfect. Copy. Boom. Looks good. Maybe. Yes. Nothing to change. Good. Next one. This one. Same, good. I think we reached the stationary point where nothing changes. So this should be just a copy and paste job, and then we should be good. Oh, never mind. A little bit here. Nothing too major. Okay. Next one. Are we in edit mode? No, why not? Boom. And then one more. A boom. Good. Now the last thing missing is this region right here. Okay. Yeah, good. Let's bring back the line art. Yeah, let's do the shading for the arm. Shouldn't be too hard. Wait, does the... Yeah, it does. Okay. I think for this one, we can just do it manually. I think it should be fine. So let's just do that. For the shadows and shading, yeah. I may contact you in DM at some point. I just love to discuss techniques with you, okay? Without flooding the chat. Okay. Feel free. You can also just put it, if it's not, you know, if it also could help other people, you can also just post it in the Discord server and tag me. Oh. Okay. So, how does this look? Okay. Should be easy enough. I think what I want to actually do is just remove all of this first. All the top part, the bicep shadow for fully. And then go from there. I think under the biceps it will be fully shadowed, right? And then the biceps itself, not, but it's easier to just draw it manually afterwards. Let's do that first. Let's do this bit here. Let's just clean it up first, and then we can do the shadow drawing. Excuse me. Hold on. Banana time. Okay. Let's finish this. Boom. Theoretically, since this is animated on 2s, I could also copy the shading for every second frame. But I feel like it's easy to just draw it. Actually, maybe not. I don't know. Hold on, let me mark where it moves. So you can see it here. When the camera doesn't move, you can see it easier. So you can see here. So this frame, for example, is still, this frame moves. So let's add a marker here. This one moves. Okay. No, this needs to be here. Okay. The second one doesn't move. The third one moves. This one moves too. And I think after that it's just still. So all the ones where there isn't a marker, we can basically just copy. And where there is a marker, we need to create the thing we will copy. And that hopefully should create a nice shading. Banana is your favorite? I see you eating daily. What? I don't think I've ever eaten a banana before on stream. Are you stalking me? Also, I haven't eaten a banana in a long time. I usually eat like one a day or so. But I actually forgot that we had some in the refrigerator. There you go. Oh, yeah, we already did it. We've created the last 3 frames. Good. So now, create the shadow here. What would it look like? Let's check. Okay, easy peasy. Maybe here. Since it's also a bit, you know, wobbly, the animation, or not wobbly, but quite dynamic, you don't see like jittering in shadows that much, so we can be a bit more freestyle, I guess, with the shadows. There you go. You had a carrot last time? Yeah. The carrot, I think, usually like once a day. I don't have one right now, but there should be one somewhere. I just haven't found it yet. Okay. Give me a sec, I'll be right back. Okay. I feel like right now you're just making up with making stuff up when it comes to what I'm eating daily. Oh, I feel like you're eating at least a stick of butter each day. I see you doing that. Nope. What is this? Why is it both marked? Okay. I like grapes, but usually it's not like, you know, I eat them daily. If we have some, then I like some sometimes, but it's not like I look for them. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. What is this? Yes, please. Oh, I missed one again. Why? Because I am blind. There you go. Something I always wonder is I don't have glasses right now. And I don't need them. Okay. I think. I don't have any trouble reading anything from afar. Like there's this church tower with a clock that I can see like 200 meters away or so. And I can still see what time it is on it. You know, just like seeing the outlines of the 2 things. Let me check, hold on. Looks like I guess I have sort of estimation since I know what it was, what time it was, but it feels like it's, I think it's either 50 or 40. 240, easy. So it's that's my estimation whether I need one or not, my test. But I also wonder if, you know, just over time, the older I get, at some point I just, you know, get worse and worse eyes, maybe. I would guess so, but so far, right, it hasn't happened yet. Hopefully I can live without glasses for as long as I can. But you never know. Maybe at some point I wake up and all of a sudden I can't even see my hands anymore. You never know. I guess you do know that that won't happen, but maybe something a bit more subtle. That's always the problem, right? Whether it's like weight or vision or anything else over your body, right? Of your body. Nothing really happens immediately. It's just like a slight change every day that is very, 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 very unnoticeable. And then at some point you just notice like, oh, this has changed. But you'd never notice it like each day. Like, oh, my vision has become worse by 1% each day for the last 10 days. I should probably check out maybe getting glasses. It's just like, you know, you realize it at some point and then you do something about it. Which is what makes these things so invisible, unnoticeable. So it's always also hard to actually say whether, or like to be sure that you don't actually need, for example, glasses or you need to lose weight. Because, you know, it, oops, I made a mistake. It is very subtle. Glasses ain't that bad. I've had glasses for as long as I can remember. Yeah, but you need to imagine, you know, somebody that has no legs would also say having, you know, or just one leg, would also say, ah, having two legs, I mean, having one leg isn't that bad. But if you're a person that has two legs and then loses one, that's much worse. Of course, you get used to it at some point, but still, yeah, there's still, you know, if you had the choice as someone that has two functioning eyes to have two half-functioning eyes instead, I feel like the choice is pretty easy. Sometimes I actually feel like I have my face looks better with the glasses, but I don't really wear any, even without, you know, actual lenses. Sometimes I do, but not that often. Just because it's still, you know, like another extra thing you need to be conscious of. And especially if you don't wear them every time, like all day, it's, you know, you kind of notice them more. Okay, good. This should be, oh, never mind. A little bit more here. And then we have everything. Boom. And here. Okay. Should I just post some tutorials and resources? If you have like a link to share or whatever, you can. You can also, I guess you could also make a post in there, as long as it's, you know, like a useful resource for people, then it fits. Otherwise, you can also put it in on topic if it's something more broad. Like a discussion, for example. While we're making a 3D animation, we need programming or not? Nope. I am the last person that wants to learn programming. And I do 3D animations for a living. So, no, you don't need it. Wait, I forgot this thing again. Why? What is happening? There's always this one line that I forget to copy. This thing right here. Look at this small thing. What is it doing here? Just come with. Just raise your hand and I'll select you. Trying to hide. There you go. Oh. I forgot this thing again. Oops. So that's a bit of an extreme comparison, but I mean, I didn't always have glasses. I remember when I was still a child, I didn't have glasses. Yeah, I mean, it's of course more extreme, right? But it's, you know, to make a point. Make it obvious, I guess, the point. But, yeah, it wouldn't be that horrible, right? But it's still different, and you have to get used to it. So if you had to choose between getting used to a new way of living or not, I would choose 2. I mean 1, no 2. I forgot what I said. I feel like at some point, hold on. Percentage of seniors, I guess, with glasses. Aha, 2001, okay. How many older adult media care beneficiaries reported using eyeglasses in 2015? Let's see. Aged 65 and up. No, less than 60. No, equal or less. No, more or equal 65. Approximately. Oh, what is this? I need a percentage, not numbers. Ah, there it is. Hold on. There it is. Of the estimated 43.9 million Medicare beneficiaries aged 65 years or older, in 2015, approximately 40.5 million, 92.4%, reported using eyeglasses for either distance or near vision correction. Okay. There you go. So almost everyone. I will be the one not having to use glasses. I will be the chosen one. Let's see, hold on. I'm curious. Signs that you need glasses in the future. The problem is, I guess one problem is that all my family members have glasses at the moment, so that's a bad omen, but I still have hope. I am indeed the chosen one. So I'm still confident. But the Oh. The proof might not be there. But that's fine, because the chosen ones are never proven. They just exist. Blender with Python script can be used to create animation 3D scenes using programming, I guess. Yeah, but I mean, if you're thinking about 3D animation, you don't really think about programming. I don't use it, so there's an example of somebody not using it. Okay, that's good. That should be fine. Looking good. This looks good too. Nope, it doesn't. Damn it. Medicare Australia. I don't know what where it was from. I just pulled up the first result. Might not be the best research, but I was just curious about a general ballpark. I'm not even senior. I'm 24. I have astigmatism. Additionally, my left eye is short-sighted and my right eye is far-sighted. So I need to correct glasses to see clearly. Yeah, I had a person in my trade school that had like ginormous thick glasses, and I think it was a bit older than me, but not too much. So some people, you know, need glasses early. Some people even like right from the get-go, right, as children. Some people don't. It's just about luck, I guess. I wonder if there's any like anything parents can do to make their children to give their children better eyesight, or if it's just luck, genetics maybe. I don't know. Okay, there's one element more, well, one little area that is missing. The fingers and the gun. I don't know if I want to change the gun too much. I kind of like it already. One thing I could see is like highlights, but I don't know. I guess we'll see. Got my first class of while I was still in kindergarten, yeah. How much do you use ChatGPT or any AI tools? I don't really... sometimes I use ChatGPT to do more complex Google searches, basically. So yesterday, I think, I looked up something. So sometimes you have like, you want to look up something, like a word, for example, but you don't really know what you're supposed to type into Google. That's, I think, when ChatGPT can be very useful. So yesterday, for example, let's see. Oh, there it is. I tried to find the attribute. Let me see. Here's the question. So basically, yeah, here it is. What would be the name of the attribute that defines whether an object is easy or hard to cut through with a knife, fork, or any other sharp tool? Like, you know, if you don't know the word, you want to look up the word, what are you supposed to type in? I guess you could still type it into Google, and then maybe there are people asking for it. But I feel like for stuff like that, ChatGPT is better. It's like, yeah, it's better for like, not necessarily fact checking, but like these simple questions that are kind of hard to imagine what you would type into Google. That's how I mainly use it. I tried using it for like video ideas before, but I didn't get that much great stuff out of it. Maybe I just need to do it more to get better at it, but I haven't really spent too much time doing that. Yeah, I just kind of, I don't really use any, well, Photoshop, for example, has an AI tool where you can like replace, or like, yeah, replace a certain part of an image through like image generation. But that's kind of the only thing that I use. Otherwise, not really. I haven't really looked into that too much. There might be stuff that I could, I don't know, improve or like automate or whatever, but I just haven't looked into that at all. Maybe at some point. Where are the shadows? There they are. Hello. So, can I copy these? I probably cannot. I feel like it's easier to just draw them again. Yeah. As long as I kind of know the shape, it shouldn't be too bad. Maybe, yeah. Ta-da! And then this one. Ta-da! Good. I rarely use online tools. I run locally. Local AI browser offline based. Also, yeah, like, yeah. Yeah, they're like, you know, doesn't it DALL-E or whatever? There's like a Discord server for it and stuff. But yeah, I think most people just have their build or whatever and then use that locally rather than actually using online tools. Although of course online tools are probably a bit more straightforward, so you have to learn less how it works, like technically. And there, yeah. So the tools can help you a bit more, but obviously it's oh, what does this look like? Aha. It's a bit more, you know, it's easier to just have it on your PC. Probably you probably also you can do faster iterations that way than having to use like an online tool, right? There you go. And this one. Okay, copy. Pray. Paste. Nice. Nope. Almost nice. I cannot believe it. We're almost done with this. I feel elated. The good thing is the other shots that look like this, that are supposed to be more detailed, are actually stationary, so just one frame needs to be created there. So they're going to be much faster than this one. So yeah, it's going to be much easier for those than for this one right now. Oops. And I think most of the scenes are not this hard. Or won't take this long, because they're either further away, so there's less detail that we have to add, or we don't need to do anything, just maybe some slight adjustments. So this might actually be the slowest scene of them all. Okay. Good. One more frame. And then it is all in the bag. Then we can copy the rest, hopefully. And then the last thing is just some small adjustments on the gun, and then everything should be ready. Okay, there you go. Highlights. Good. Oops. Okay. So this now, we should be able to just move. I mean, copy. And fill the rest of the scenes. Frames. So you can see the frames just end at some point. And that is because the after that the frames are basically just the same, nothing really changes. Except maybe for the what's it called? For the camera. So hopefully I don't have to adjust anything past that, but you never know. I guess we'll find that out soon. If not, then it's basically only the gun that's left, and then it's done. Okay, there you go. So let's see. So this is what it looks like in the last created frame. Theoretically, if I move this, I don't see any issues. Nope, looking through it, nothing. Okay. Still looking good. Good. Oh, I think I want to add one more rim light, maybe. I think we're safe. I think we are safe. Okay, good. So let's now, actually I'm going to go through everything just to 100% make sure that everything is fine. Looks good, good. Now the gun. The gun shouldn't have too many problems, just a small few things here, some small shading issues, which shouldn't be that hard to fix. Let's go through it real quick. This one's fine. I fixed these ones already. This one's fine. Okay, we don't see the gun here at all. That's good. We see them back at 15. Here. So there we can see like these small shading issues here that I want to fix. And that should be everything. Gun. Neutral. Wait, is that neutral? No, that's shadow. Get rid of this. Boom. Perfect. And then maybe this line can be adjusted. Smooth it out. Okay. Just do that for the last remaining frames here, and then we should be good. Once again, copy, and then we're good. Okay, good. Next one. Of course, you know, Eevee is still not a perfect render engine when it comes to, like, you know, calculating light. If some stuff is too thin, for example, or if stuff is too, you know, just generally how it works, the systems, how they calculate the light, can create some weird lighting sometimes, or like some weird highlights in some areas. But of course, we can fix those pretty easily. There you go. With a good old grease pencil layer. Well, although the overall the lighting looks pretty good actually. They're just like these small things that might actually be realistic. It just looks weird in this instance. So I'll remove them. Oh, that's weird. Why is it all the way down there? Oh, because it's a new frame? No. Weird. Oh, because I copied the wrong one, I think. I'm gonna copy this one. Oh, weird. I guess I'll just do a new one here. There you go. Oops. Good. There you go. So, one thing I wonder, do I want to add a highlight on the gun? I don't think so. Why? Because I'm done with the scene. I want to be done with the scene. There's maybe one small thing that I want to do. I don't know though. Let's see. Dude, my headset just keeps turning off. What about, so what I thought about is adding like a shine, or like a highlight kind of going from the back to the front very quickly when he pulls down. You know, when he pulls the gun down, to create like this like a highlight effect, to highlight it a bit more. But I don't know if that looks good. I feel like this is fine. Maybe some I thought about adding more lines here just to detail it a bit more, but it's, let me go through the, let's just quickly go through all the scenes. I want to kind of estimate how much more we need to do. If the most of the scenes are pretty simple and we can bang those out one after the other, right, in one day, then I can spend a bit more time on this. If not, then I need to you know, continue or keep going. So we're at 8 now. This one, right? So this one's the next one. This one doesn't have too much work, mainly just a few frames of shadow adjustments. And then afterwards some after image lines here, and that's basically it. So this one should be pretty simple. This one is a bad one. But maybe I can actually just leave it like that once I animate it properly. The line art is the biggest problem here. But otherwise, it's a very short scene, so maybe I can save some time here. And no, don't go into too much detail since it's like five no, not even a second on camera. This one is a bit longer, but this one is also a stationary shot, except for Wolverine, of course. So him should be, at least doing him should be pretty simple. And then he doesn't really move at all either, just only really very slight movement, so we can still copy most of it. 12. Yeah, this one is also very simple. This one is a bit more complex since we need to fix the shading, but you can see even here, I think we can still do this. Yeah, it's kind of hard to estimate, but most of these, like, I'm also thinking about like which scenes do I need to go into this much detail. This one's definitely not. I haven't. Yeah, this one's the falling one. This one's also far away, so this one's fine. This one, there's almost nothing to do. This one is a bit more complex since we have, you know, this very close-up shot. So this one will take a bit longer, probably similar to this one, except for that we don't add like extra liner for the face, for example. This one, but this one only really has like 5 poses or so, so 5 images to draw. So it's not that bad. Same with this one. Let's see. This one's super simple, not even, you can't even see them properly. So that's fine. This one's super simple. These ones are the stationary images, right? This one should look similar to this one in terms of detail, right? So this one will take a bit longer, but of course we only have to draw 1 frame of this too. So that's the benefit of that. We have 3 of those. This one is once again far away, so this one's fine. Let's see if are there any more like super detailed shots. Maybe this one, but I feel like I don't want to go into as much detail since it's not like it's not a like intense dynamic shot. Same with this one. And this one is stationary once again. This one is a bit more complex since it's close up. Yeah, but it's not too bad. This one could take long, since it's the regrowing of his hand, and that one could be a bit more complex. So this one could also be hard, but it's not like there's too much. Like, the difficulty of this one is that you don't only have to redraw it every time, but you have to draw like these small details, like the shadow here, the shadow here, the shadow here, the shadow here. Getting those right, you know, across multiple frames can be hard. Here it's a bit different for this one, since it's first of all close up and you don't really see his full body for most of it. And then the last shot is this one. This one could maybe be a bit more complex, but it's also a fairly short shot. So maybe at the end it could be a bit more extreme, right? This could transition from a more simple face, right, to something that looks a bit more like this. But I feel like there's not really too much more like extreme like this. Of course, you always have to keep in mind that all the small scenes still create work. But I feel like it's just about doing a few of these and seeing how it's going, and then I can estimate a bit better. Let's see. So the idea was basically that I just add some lines. I feel like I can do that. I feel like it's fine. Just to kind of take this style and move it over to the body too, to kind of fit everything into that style. I feel like that's gonna be fine, and also make it look better. I think I want to do that. Yeah, I think so. I think so. how's progress going? Welcome, John. Hope you had a good day. Hope you had a good weekend. What you doing? Drawing Deadpool? Yes. Well, drawing over it, I guess. You can see it here. Boom. It's a 3D model that I paint over to fix some shading stuff, right? You can see it here. This is what the 3D model is like. This is with overpainting. Fixing, I guess. Hope to do stuff even somewhat close to this someday. And I just wanted to say you're doing an amazing job. Thank you. Can I see the animation? I don't really have the animation currently available. I can show you like let me show you this scene for a second. Which scene? 8. So this is what it looks like unrefined. I haven't rendered the refined version, right? Because we're still working on it. So this is what the shot looks like in the end. Yeah, you can see this is what it looked like before, right? With these weird offset lines and this weird lines here and stuff. The face, and then this is what it looks like now. Yeah, so refining makes a big difference. And we're slowly getting through this, okay? Okay, so I think I want to add some lines, okay? Shouldn't be too hard. I just want to add some small detail lines that should be pretty easy to copy. So I think, yeah, let's do that. Draw mode, okay. Believe me, it's gonna look better, okay? If I do this. Okay, so first of all, the gun is so close to the camera that this would probably show the most detail. There's a small thing you can do to really add just like a tiny bit of texture to everything, which is add like these kind of little, oops. Oh, wait, why did I? Oh, right, that's why. Like this. Just add these 2 little lines right here. Ta-da. Just add a tiny bit of, you know, just like texture into it. You could of course also add like these scratches if you wanted, like this. Also looks good. Or something I thought about, well, or like a scratch right here to make it a bit more dynamic. There you go. Maybe even make it a cut. Oops. Like this, right? But I guess that's kind of what I want to do. Maybe add some, yeah, let's just add some of these extra lines just to give it a bit more detail. Maybe up here too. Oftentimes these lines work better in corners. I don't know why, but they just make it look better. In my opinion, at least. There you go. And then maybe a bit more here. What can we do here? Oh. Kind of to indicate that there's like a slight curve there. And then here we could do the same. There you go. Just for some, you know, tiny added detail. Nothing too crazy, just like small little things to spice it up a little bit. Here, I don't even know what we could do. Maybe this. That's kind of weird. Kind of weird. I feel like that's already fine. You don't want to do too much, right? The detail is only really there to add just a little bit of extra spice. It's not supposed to fill the main, like fill the whole thing. So I feel like that's already enough. Maybe we can, nope, actually no, that's fine. Okay. Let me first just copy this over to the other shots too, to the other frames. So finish this one full and then add some liner to the body too. Could add scorch marks to the end of the barrel. Oh. What if we add some like lines in here? Oops. It's kind of hard to draw in a cylinder shape like this. Does that look good? I don't know. I feel like it adds a bit too much. It's supposed to be a somewhat simple style, so I feel like the lines are already enough there. I think I want to keep it there and just copy this now. See how well it works. Of course, you can see it dips down quite a lot, so it's going to be quite different. So maybe for this, actually, it makes more sense to just copy the lines manually. And then here we have these. What do they look like? Okay. Yeah. Since it's such a big movement and just basically one frame or two, it won't be that noticeable that the lines are not in the exact same position on the gun. And it also adds to the, hand drawn style. If everything was perfectly mathematically correct, right? In the exact right position, it would also look a bit too perfect. So actually having some small imperfections in how the line art moves, between the frames is actually a good thing. Is it 3 or 4? Okay. Boom. This thing right there. Okay. I think there's just this one left, this one, and then up top. Yep. And then here we have just lines, right? Okay. Boom. Is that good? That's fine. Okay. Then this frame stays for 2 frames. So we can actually just copy these lines. We don't have to redraw them. Of course, if you were to draw this... Actually, I don't even know how they do that. I guess when they actually draw this, they basically also just copy, since most animations like this are animated on 2s, but still have 24 frames. So they basically just animate for each 24 frames. They create 12 unique frames. There you go. So they basically do what we're doing right here, right? Just copying or duplicating the one slide for the next one as well. So we're actually doing it how the pros are doing it. I actually just noticed that there's a line missing here. What is that? Boom. Okay, so Something also important is that if you want to make something look a bit more organic or more natural, you don't want to have lines that are perfectly drawn like the other one, like this. What you would rather want to do is you want to give them a slight variation. So first of all, of course, offset helps, right? Like this. But then also something, a little trick, if you want to add some details like this, is to add 3, make 2 very similar, but then the third one, it looks kind of different. This way you can, yeah, also add some, makes it look a bit more organic. It's kind of similar to when you spread something apart, like here's a star, right? You have a star right here. You have another one pretty close to it, like this. And then you could do this, but something more interesting is if you actually put the third one something a bit further away, like this. It's a small change, but it can make a, you know, a difference. Make something look a bit more interesting. So we want to kind of do that with the line art too. How many times a day does Blender crash? Haven't seen yours crashing today. No. It mainly just crashes when I want to bake the line art, but since I've done that already, it doesn't really happen. You know, what I'm doing right now doesn't really require too much effort from the from the computer's end. So it's not like there's any reason for it to crash. It's not like, you know, Blender crashes just for no reason. Usually it's because, you know, it's supposed to do like a calculation, for example, that the PC can't handle. But that is not the case right now. Right now I'm just drawing lines. Maybe some of the simplest things the PC can calculate. Oops. Okay, there you go. We have this back here. And then we have these lines. Oops, where do they start? Good. Okay. Oh, and then down here. Good. I think that's all of them. Did I miss any? I think it's all there. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Yeah, I think so. Good. This one's going to be there for 1 frame as well. So why don't we do that as well? Copy it over. Boom, easy. And then 1 more. What's up? How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Welcome, YOLO. Hope you have a good day. Welcome, Omar, as well. Do it on a different plane and attach it to the gun. I feel like it would be easy. True, I could do that too. I guess that's going to be a technique for another day. Yeah, once again, an instance where there is a better technique, and if I thought about it more, maybe I would have done it, but I have not, because I felt comfortable doing this, so I haven't thought about it more. But it's a good idea for maybe a future shot. Right. Let's do that real quick. Let's do the last one, and then we're good. Wait, is this one doesn't really change much. I guess a little bit. Maybe we can copy some of these. Let's see. feel like this one is easy to copy. This one too. This one. These ones are all easy to copy. Maybe this one as well. Okay, not bad. Oh. What is this? There you go. We don't even have to draw them. We just copy them over and then move them. Good. Looks pretty good. And then a few more that we can probably also just move in here. This one. Is it in a good spot? Yeah, it is. Okay, good. And then this one up here. No, this one. And then all of them are over there. Good. So we didn't even have to draw this one. So now I can just duplicate these. And we should be good. Yep, works. Doesn't work. Oh no. I think it's just the position. Never mind. I feel like this, I guess this one's also a new frame. Or maybe it's just slight adjustments here and there. Ah, you know what? Still not too bad. I guess it's a different frame. So maybe I should mark this one too, but it's fine. Still not too much of a hassle. There you go. Now the rest should be easy, just copy and pasting. Oh, that was already it. Good. Perfect. Nice, so the gun is a bit more detailed. Now, let's see if we can add just a slight more like this for the body too. Nothing too crazy, just a few more just to add a little bit more detail into it. The good thing is, especially the body doesn't move, so we can probably just copy it for all of these frames. So once we've done it once, we should be good. Let's see what we can do here. Just some small, slight more details. I think would make this, would elevate this even more. Okay. I watched you a lot, and I love 3D and got into it, but I wanted to exactly know where to start. If you haven't done Blender at all yet, I would recommend starting with either the donor tutorial, just to learn the basics, or the beginner tutorial on the actual Blender channel. And then you can kind of research or look around for other tutorials that go deep into different topics like sculpting or texture painting or I don't know, 3D modeling, hard surface modeling, creating, basically thinking like, what do you want to create with 3D? Do you want to create an animation? Do you want to create cars? Do you want to create maybe a combination of like, oh, I want to create a character animation? Then you could look into like, oh, how to create characters, how to animate, and and you can kind of start with one of those topics, get good of those, and then get good with that, and then build on top of that more and more knowledge, so that you can at some point then create a full character animation. but it's important to start with just one very, very specific topic, like for example, sculpting, so that you don't get too overwhelmed with all the things you need to learn, and you actually create, finish some projects that could get a bit harder when you go straight into like a super complex shot or like super complex project. Okay, so first of all, I think what I want to do is maybe, what if we do this? Maybe even some folds. I kind of have never added folds to him, to his suit. I just made it like perfectly body tight, body fitting. So I don't know if I want to do it here. I don't think so. So I could do, for example, like this. Actually, this might actually be a good idea. Going here, for example. Adding some more. Kind of like this. Although it looks kind of maybe too much, actually. Something I thought about was adding these lines here. I think that helps. Maybe even adding the neck a bit, although that would be a bit lower, like here. There you go. Okay. And oftentimes just adding like some supporting lines to the main line art can really add some nice details. Like here, for example, like this. Or maybe even here. It's just some detail lines like this. Can add some slight more texture, I guess, to the surface. How would that look? Hold on. Does that look good? It's kind of weird. Okay. I kind of I don't want to go into the shoulder too much yet, since this moves a bit more. So we can't just copy and paste it, but maybe just, I guess we could create like a template and then go from that onwards. How long is the animation? Roughly 45 minutes, 45 seconds. Not that long. Not 45 minutes, okay? Imagine, hey, you create a video about an animation, and then the actual video about how you created the animation is like 15 minutes long, and then the actual animation is 45 minutes long. So you see like the video that's like an hour long, but the actual like what you expect the video to be about is just like 15 minutes of it. Okay. Dude, the chest is so weird because it looks just very flat, and I don't know if what I want to add here. Maybe kind of like this. Maybe just like a slight detail lines like this could be enough. Or maybe actually some structure lines. That's kind of weird. Maybe that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Nope, that's weird. I feel like that's basically it. You don't want to go too overboard with it. So I don't want to do too much, but I feel like that's fine. Maybe we could add some, what did they call it? Like these lines. These might also help a lot. They're kind of, I don't really know how to describe them. They're just kind of cool. So why don't we add some of those cool lines too? Like this. Maybe here too. They kind of just support the shape of, I guess, of the underlying structure. Okay. Obviously, once again, not too much. Maybe we could add some here. Nope, actually, that looks weird. Yeah, I feel like that's basically it. Let's now copy it over. Let's see how well that works. maybe I feel like it shouldn't be too many adjustments. Maybe a little bit, but not too much. Actually, I need to do a bit more here. That looks better, okay. Also, actually, I want to probably, we'll see. I thought about adding like a harsh black shadow underneath the chin too. Maybe, we'll see. First, we need to copy what we already have. Oops, wrong one. Boom, 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 boom. Let's actually hide this so it's easier to select. Okay, good. I guess we can copy all of these too and then adjust them afterwards. Hello. Oh, there you go. Good. Oops. Wrong button. So let's see how well this works. Okay, this one. Okay. Anything? Oh, a bit weird, but we have the sculpt tool. We can fix that. It's not too bad. So let's do that real quick. This one. Yeah, not too many horrendous looking lines here. Just some small things that need to be adjusted. Nothing too crazy. That's the good part about line art rather than the fill layer, right? The fill layer are just like flat colors. These are just like small lines that can easily be adjusted. Whereas the actual fill layers are a bit harder to adjust since they're so all encompassing, I guess. Are you using a pen? Yes. I lost my iPad Pro pen. Oh my god. Welcome, Mustache. Welcome. Hope you have a good day. Working on a Spider-Verse style animation myself. Nice. Isn't the iPad Pro pen quite expensive? Something that I always think about when I lose something or I don't know where something is and I don't immediately need it I usually just think like, oh, it'll show up at some point, if it's like at home, right? Since usually, you know, you don't really lose stuff in your home. You just put it somewhere where you forgot you put it. So at some point you go back to that place, right, where you put it, and then just find it again. So sometimes I lose, like, I don't know, like, oh, where's this thing that like this toy that I used back then? I wanna, you know, I'm gonna put it here, and then, you know, I forgot that I put it there. And then all of a sudden I realize, hey, where's the thing again? And then I can't find it. But of course the good thing is, you know, if I just wanted to take it again, to look at it again, you know, not having it immediately isn't really that bad. So I can also just wait until I find it again naturally. Because, you know, I don't really need it in that moment. And I don't really want to look around too much. You know, I'll just find it again when the time is right. When it wants to be found, basically. Whereas when it's like car keys and stuff, you want to make sure that you put them in the same position every time. But, you know, most of the things that you have at home that you put somewhere and you didn't forget about it, you can also just, you know, do the thing that you wanted to do with it later. So you don't have to worry about it in that moment. Okay, looks pretty good. That's fine, that's fine. I'm just looking at all the lines right now, making sure everything is in the right position. There's something that is wrong. Okay. Good. No lines are acting out of order. Actually, there's one. Okay. Using Unreal for it, and it's so difficult. Yeah, I can imagine Unreal maybe being a bit more difficult. Too expensive. So much where I live took so long to buy the iPad. After buying 3 weeks later, pen gone. Yeah, you know, I guess one benefit of Apple products being so expensive is that you care more about them and make sure that you don't lose them. But then, of course, it also hurts more when you actually lose them. But I think also usually there's like replacements for them that are cheaper, or like not replicas, but like basically just like the same version, but just cheaper from a different brand. So you don't have to use the, you know, the real Apple pen. You can also just use the I don't know, China version. I guess everything is made in China, but the off-brand version, I guess. Okay, this looks pretty good. Good. Now, a few more. There you go. My biggest fear is finishing this and then playing it in full speed and seeing like huge jittering going on, but I feel like we're pretty safe from that. But you never know. There's always this lingering dread when you create a project of like problems you didn't think about that then pop up later, that either destroy the entire project or just cost hours and hours of work. There's always this lingering dread. You're never safe. You just hope it doesn't happen. Are you animating on 2s or something similar? Yeah, it's kind of a mix between 2s or 3s. Sometimes 4s, mainly 2s though. To kind of, to capture the anime style, you kind of want to also copy how they animate. Oh, been added mode. Oh. So yeah, most of it is animated on 2s. And then if you want to space it a bit, to kind of play around with the pacing a bit, you can animate on 3s, for example, to kind of, build more anticipation, for example, or to make something come up a bit faster, or like, move a bit faster, to fine-tune the pacing, basically. But that's, only possible if the standard is animated on 2s. I feel like this line has moved more and more over to the left, but it's fine. Sneaky little line moving. Wait a second. Okay. Apparently this one hasn't moved too much. Previously this frame was a bit different than the previous one, but I guess this time it's not that bad. Good. Everything's still looking like it's in the right place. If you really want to go into detail, you could also add shadows to these extra lines that we just added, but I feel like that's kind of too much. Usually they don't really have shadows, so I don't want to do that here either. Amazing use of grease pencil in 3D. Yeah, I did it for my Spirited Away animation, and there it worked really well to fix the glaring issues that were in the models themselves. Yeah, and you could also see what it looks like when I didn't do that in the Berserk animation. And I feel like it's kind of like quite an important, tool for creating anime in 3D. Of course, you can also optimize the models more so that you don't need to adjust, for example, the shadows as much. But if you really want to nail that like 2D look, of course, like that the same style basically that you see in like anime, for example, like traditional anime, you kind of always have to use a little bit of at least overpainting, because some of the shadows are just too small to be captured in the model itself. Except maybe with textures, but then you still have the texture resolution can be a problem, right? So there sometimes can be just way too pixelated. One more frame. And a boom. Okay. I don't see any problems. Nice. Perfect. There you go. Bring back the colors. And there you go. This should be everything. No, the arm. Well, yeah, let's... I guess we do the arm too. I guess it's not as much as before, but one more round of copying and pasting and then we should be good. And then everything is done. I promise. I don't even know what I want to do here. Maybe something like this. And then for the fingers, I don't even know what I want to do here. Maybe just like a little bit more detail. Oops. Oopsie. Okay. Not too horrendous, although this extra line is kind of weird. Okay. Kind of, you know, not too much, of course. Maybe a bit more here. Ah, that's weird. Let's try that again. There you go. Oh, maybe this should be a bit refined. Not too crazy. The hand looks kind of weird, but it's fine. It is fine, okay? Nobody will see it. Nobody will notice. There you go. That should be enough. Now just copy it over again. Let's start with only the biceps. I think separating it into these sections is easier. Oops. Does it look good? Yes. Oh, I actually missed the line, did I? Maybe. I want to watch it so bad. Soon. Imagine it like, you know, waiting for a movie. You know, it's just a little bit longer. You see the trailer when you watch the stream. And then at some point, it is in your YouTube recommendations. Oops. Welcome, 1MF Ray Ray. Welcome, hope you have a good day. Welcome, Flame Duck. You too. I'm doing pretty good. Getting through this slowly but surely. This one is probably one of the most complex shots. So this one we've been working on for quite a long time today, but you know, you need to have some signature shots. That's what I want to call them. Signature shots that, you know, kind of define the anime or the animation. The ones that you basically mainly remember when you think back on it, right? That's what we're creating. This is one of those. There's actually, for like big studios, there's actually a whole department or like whole artist that only create these kind of signature shots or signature vistas for a for an animation or even for games. You know, like if you think back to your favorite games, you always have like these moments of like, oh my god, this looks amazing, right? Or oh my god, this was amazing. And there are actually like people that deliberately like plan those things out and like sketch them out and stuff. And yeah, it's like a deliberate plan to add those like very really cool shots into any game, for example, because those are the things that you keep in mind. If everything is kind of the same, very boring, not only boring, but like if everything is very similar, nothing sticks out, and then it's harder to remember something. But if you have like these, you know, big things that are memorable, you'll remember the whole thing much more fondly. If you've played, for example, Cyberpunk, the DLC, one of those, for example, in that game is the plane sequence, where the plane kind of crashes over you. And you run into it and, you know, save the president. That's one of those like vista moments where you just kind of, you know, look in awe and, you know, remember those like things. Sometimes small things can also be these moments, but those are kind of just, there's like user generated moments like that, and then of course I guess developer generated moments like that. So for example, in Minecraft you don't really have those moments since it's always random what you find, right? So you could kind of, I guess, argue that the Ender Dragon, for example, fighting the dragon could be one of those moments where everything kind of is a bit more planned out than, for example, the Wither, which is a bit more has more variation in it, in like how you can fight it and what it looks like to fight them. But the Ender Dragon is pretty planned, I guess. Looks amazing, thank you. Found the YouTube live, there you go. Welcome. Okay, let's do, was there a forum line? Oh yeah, these two. These should be pretty easy to copy. Okay, I guess we don't even need them here. Maybe right here. That's fine. Do the same thing again. Oh, did I? No. I think I made a mistake. I did. There you go. Okay. Cyberpunk DLC was fantastic, but after that plane crash and V needs to go down, I was so busy capturing photos and someone called Sells from phone and says mission over. Oh. You made too many photos. I actually have a screenshot of that moment. I don't remember if I were to find it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Oh. Let's see if I can find it. It must be... I don't know where Cyberpunk saves the... Oh, I think I do know. Do I? No. I think in documents, maybe. No. Yeah, I don't remember. Oh, here it is. Found it. Do I even have the shot? I think so. Where is it? Oh, I think I don't. Never mind, I don't. Maybe I deleted it. I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. Yeah, that game is a good one to take a lot of screenshots. I actually thought about replaying it recently. I still have my last time I played it, I added mods. I still have that folder, so I could just reinstall it and put those mods back in. Although I probably had to update most of them since it's been a while. But, you know, maybe. I'm considering it. But I feel like what I would rather do right now is just go through my backlog of games. Rather than just replaying the ones that I have. Sorry for coming too late. I mean, whenever you have time. I'm always here. You could decide to join whenever, you know, it fits into your schedule, I guess. No need to apologize. Perfect. So that's done. Now just a few more on the hands. Welcome, Nicholas. Have you tried using the interpolate sequence for shots like this? I actually haven't. Usually So the way that I add these lines is that I go from beginning to end, just like in one, you know, keyframe after keyframe. And the interpolation would only really help if I do keyframe, leave out keyframe, keyframe, leave out keyframe, and then interpolate. I guess it could speed up the workflow, maybe. But the problem is, I think the way that I do it, I think the interpolation interpolates everything in that frame, right? Not only what you select, for example, which wouldn't really work, unfortunately, since I go layer by layer. So I fix the line art, then I fix the shadows, then I fix the rim light, then I fix this. And then once I, for example, get to this point where I add these extra lines, and then I hit interpolate, it would interpolate everything that I've added before, which is already done, which would kind of break a lot of things, right? So that's why this, I think, wouldn't work. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's true. Oops. But it's a good idea. Maybe there's a way to use it. Maybe I need to think about it more. Welcome, Gaurav. Hope you have a good day. I play games but spend most time just enjoying environments, taking photos and forgot to do missions. 19 gigabytes full with screenshots. Jesus. That's crazy. Yeah, there's like a whole like game photography subreddit where people post their, you know, photos of like in-game screenshots. Let me actually see if I can find it. Video game photography. There it is. People just trying to make the most photographic, I guess, shots. Like this one from Red Dead Redemption. What is this? Okay, looks cool. Here, hot. Let's go to top. Top all time. Yeah, this kind of stuff. Dude, there is a photo of the newer God of War game where they added photo mode. That looks so funny. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. There it is. Look at this. Look at him, he's happy. He found a seagull. I don't know why, but it just doesn't fit at all. Too great as his character. Yeah, there you go. It's always funny when you can give the characters, when you can also adjust the characters, give them different poses or give them like different expressions. I think it interpolates the layer. Yeah, I think so too. I would have to separate it more into layers, I guess. Then maybe it could work. Yeah, I'll think about it. Maybe there's a way to do it. Okay. Just a few more lines, just a few more lines, just a few more lines. I'm talking like a marathon runner in the last few rounds, I guess. Like the last few kilometers. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Like I don't like the second thing here. Oops. Oopsie. I think that's gonna be better here. That's good. Welcome, Angel. Hope you have a good day. Is there a Deadpool booty shot in this perchance? Not particularly. Focus on the booty. I don't want to get too monetized. YouTube might have a problem with that. That's also why this shot, for example, couldn't really be a thumbnail shot. It could maybe be, but I haven't tested it, but YouTube might have something against guns in a thumbnail, for example. And if I can avoid it, I would like actually to get the money that I would get from advertisements on the video, right? Instead of YouTube. Actually, no, YouTube would also get less. Just because there's a drawn gun in the screenshot, in the thumbnail. Okay. Boom. And boom. And then we only have these few here left. Why did I add them? Why did I add those? Do I even need them? I feel like, maybe a few of them. I feel like I can delete some of them. It doesn't make a huge difference. I think this one can go too. These ones I kind of like. Oops. This one can go too. I hate how the grease pencil works sometimes. Sometimes it just doesn't delete the line that you clearly over. There you go. Okay. Greetings from Spain. Greetings back. Hope you're doing well. Oh. Nothing happened. Cool. Nope, it did actually happen. Como te llamas? One of the few things I remember from Spanish class in school. Wait, which one was how are you doing again? Was it ¿Qué tal or was it ¿Cómo te llamas? No, ¿Cómo te llamas was something else. What was that again? I forgot. As you can see, I have not learned too much in Spanish class. Yeah, hola amigos, gracias. I guess that I know what that means. Oh. Okay. Reaching the end, slowly but surely. It's like the snail and like watching a snail race. Slowly but surely, the end is being reached. Okay, might not be in this next minute. It might not be in the next hour. Well, in this case, I guess it will be in the next few minutes at least. But you're slowly but surely getting there. That's for sure. What do you search for that God of War meme? I need to love and maybe share it to others. I just looked up God of War photo mode seagull and then I found it. Are those lines added by shader or are they vectors? They're grease pencil, so I guess they're sort of vectors. You can see this is the 3D model and then you can see this slight layer in front. Those are all these small adjustments that I used the grease pencil for. Grease pencil is basically just like it's basically a way to draw in 3D space on like a 2D plane. So yeah, you kind of paint over the actual 3D view to make it look a bit more painterly or drawn. You could use the scene for the thumbnail and pixelate the gun, but that's kind of weird. Oh yeah, Como te llamas is what's your name? There you go. How are we doing? Okay. Where is the animation from? Based on the Deadpool, based on Deadpool, I guess. The latest Deadpool movie. Made by myself. Or like scripted by myself. I feel like this should be new lines. Hold on, I'm just gonna draw new lines here. So it's not like I'm recreating a shot, I'm just creating my own. There you go. Oops. I guess you could call it fan art. Taking something existing and then creating something in your style of that thing. Oh. Boom. First time watching one of your streams. Welcome. Hope you had a good day so far. Oh, god damn it. When I'm not in edit mode, I copy some random stuff over and it starts lagging. Why? Okay, there you go. Just 2 more keyframes. Boom. And boom. Okay. So, the big test now, okay? Big test. We need to add this back. No, we don't. Do we? Where's the VFX? I guess this is the VFX. Is it? No, this is the VFX. Aha. So, if we render this now, let's see what it looks like. Let me go out of edit view mode. So here you can see this is the 3D model, and then you can see like the overlaying like colors. This is like all these things that I touched up, and the rest is all original 3D model. There you go, you can see it. So now let's quickly render this and see what it looks like. Oh, I actually forgot one thing. There's one more thing I need to do. Well, that's a quick thing, okay? It's a quick thing, so it shouldn't take as long or long at all, okay? I actually have a new technique to create smear frames. I've tried it here for the previous shot, and I want to try it here as well. Let me show you what I have in mind, okay? I need a new grease pencil object. Nope, I guess I can just... Can I duplicate this? No, I cannot. It doesn't work. I just create a new one. Okay. Grease pencil, blank. Call it smears. Okay. Have the smear layer here. And then we use a line thickness of 20. And the way that I want to add the smears, let me show you. We don't really need smears. Oh, smears in many places, but if we go to the beginning, here, for example, this one is a quick shot since he just pulls up his gun like this, right? So we can add some here. And the way that I want to do it is with just lines. Let me show you what I mean. So here, for example, since he's pulling it upwards, right? You can see it here. He's pulling it upwards. We want to create some lines that kind of draw downwards to create like a smear effect. I guess it's easier to just show you what I mean. Let's just do this. There you go. I don't really care about naming this right now. Now if I draw this, for example, like this. Oh, that's cool. Screen space. We can create these lines. Problem is right now, this is still light. Oh, there you go. We also want to use no stabilization, strength 100, but radius can vary. So we can create these kind of lines. Wait, these kind of lines. So they get thinner at the end, right? And then we can do this. Usually you want the lines to be longer if that thing, you know, moves faster. So here, we, for example, the line would be quite long. And then you want to also make sure that this, of course, is covering the line art. So for this, we need to make sure that the viewport display is set to in front. There you go. And now we can create some smears. Like this. Pretty simple, just kind of drawing over it, nothing too crazy. Also, we want to make sure that they kind of have a they get a bit smaller every time, since this part here doesn't move as much as the tip of the gun, like this. And then here I guess we could have the longest. There you go. It might look a bit weird, but I have actually not tested if it looks good or not. But if it doesn't look good, I can just disable the smear layer and not use it at all. So it should be fine. Okay, then we can add a few more materials here. For this, for example. Oh, maybe a bit too long. Like this, for example. Here it can be a bit lighter and a bit shorter, since it isn't as long. Okay, kind of like this. And we do that for all the colors that we need. Okay, two more colors. Okay, boom. And boom. Okay, kind of like this. I don't know if it's going to look good. I hope so. If we do that here too, for example. This now should it be as long, kind of. We also have to make sure where it's going, right? So it came from here, moved over to here. So we need to keep that in mind too. Where's the... Oh. So this one moved quite a lot. You can see right now it's under the chest right here. You can see here's the pectoralis, the chest muscle, oops. And then it goes actually almost above the chest. So the lines here can be quite long. Like this. Always making sure that the line length kind of correlates with how much it's actually moving, whatever you're adding the lines to. These doesn't have to be perfect since they're just smear frames, you don't see them that much. But you know, at least a little bit, making sure that it looks good. Like this. Okay. So you can see it now. And then here, this arm especially moves a lot. The arm, the other, like the upper arm doesn't move as much. Okay. Hope you had a good day too. I did. It's just midday, I guess, for me now, like 4 p.m., but still pretty good. May I ask what time it is for you? It is 4:30. When you stream beginning to end? Oh. Yeah, I stream pretty early for most people probably that watch me, since the majority of people that watch me, right, are from the US. And when I start streaming, which is 12 p.m. UT, no, 12 a.m. for me. You know, people from America, for example, are still asleep. So there's no way you can catch that stream, right? But that fits the best into my schedule, unfortunately. And streaming later doesn't really fit as well, so it's kind of hard to adjust it. And push it back a bit. Unfortunately. Oh, that's dark. We also need a lighter red. Wow. Boom. Why was that so laggy? Nobody knows. Okay, that's fine. And then for this bit, is that the right color? Nope. Is that? Nope, we need another one. I guess this one, yeah, that's fine. Okay, actually that's kind of weird. I don't think you would have these lines there if it was actual motion blur. It would be behind the arm. Only on the side here, maybe. Like this. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah, and usually I end my stream at 4 p.m. Right now I just want to finish the scene and then we're gonna end, unfortunately. But yeah, that's when I always stream. From 12 a.m. to 4 p.m. Made an animation inspired by the NAYNC dance. And this is how I did these smears too. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a good way to do it. I think that's how Spider-Verse did it too. I think so. Oh. It's not all grease pencil. Odisseo. It's drawn over with grease pencil, so fixing some issues. So you can see it here. Oh, interesting. What is this? There you go. You can see here. This is what it looks like. The 3D model. And then, you know, some fixes here in front with this extra layer, right? So it's not only grease pencil, but it's kind of a mix between 3D and 2D. Okay. Welcome, James. Hope you have a good day. I think you started like 4 a.m. here. Yeah. 8:15 p.m. Yeah, that's kind of like the thing, right? Some people are early, some people are late. Okay. Unfortunately, there's no perfect time for everyone, right? I wish there was. So how does this move? It actually doesn't move that much. That should be fine. And then this should be without any smears, I think. This is quite slow here. And now we get to the big smear, this one. I also bent the model to create the smear. That's why it looks so weird in 3D. But it also, of course, so it creates like a big smear already. So maybe I don't even need to do too much here. But I feel like I want to add a little bit at least. Like this. Yes. Look at this. Ooh. Bam. That looks pretty good. And then maybe a bit more here. Maybe one more line in dark. That looks better now. Good. I wonder if I want to add... Maybe I could add... Where's the... dark one, this one. Add some smears here too. Maybe. I don't know if that's gonna look good though. What is this music? I mean, I'm not against it. Doesn't sound bad. Maybe more happy than I expect. Actually, I selected happy hip hop this time, so I guess that's what you can expect from it. Yeah, I think this is fine. One thing, of course, we can't do here is do like inwards smears, so we can't go like upwards only. But I think it's fine. And then remove this, and then we should have everything we need. Oh, there's one small thing that is kind of irking me. Oh, I just noticed something. I forgot to copy you something, a line. Okay, we're almost there. We're at 99%, okay? No, we're at 98%. Here's 1% that is missing. Okay, this one. No, I did the wrong one. This is missing. Here. Okay, that's missing. Okay, there you go. And then, do you see what I see? This is supposed to be a cut in the edge right here, right? What is missing? A shadow right here. That is the last 1% that is missing. Let's do that real quick. Should be the easiest thing in the world. There you go. I will probably just draw this manually, since it's probably easier than copying it every time and shifting it around. I would probably also have to remove this line, but that's fine. There you go. A bit more here. I don't even know how I delete the line. I think it's an inline line. An auto-generated line. So I need to think how I can delete it in the way that I want. Damn it, that was a full offset. What was that? I missed the whole thing. Okay. One more, and then the line. The line is the last 0.5% that is missing. Let's see how we can get rid of this. So this is automatically generated, which also means that the structure is a bit more simple. So you can see here there's no point in between. I think what I need to do here is create... Can I subdivide this? Subdivide. Aha! I need to subdivide it again. And then I can move this over. There you go. Does that look good? Yeah, exactly. That's what it's supposed to look like. Okay. A little bit more. Isn't it should be curved a little? It depends on how it moves. Since he just kind of pulled it up from like in a straight line, the lines wouldn't really be curved. Usually they're curved, since usually you move in like circles, right? In like arches. But I think in this case, you kind of always have to look at where the previous frame is, where the next frame is, and then in the in-between frame, you kind of draw a line in that direction, basically, from one to the other. And there it was, pretty straight. From the camera's perspective, at least, the arch was pretty straight. Oh, there it is. This is so offset, but it's not visible if we go far away, so it's fine. Also, if you've done an operation and then you want to redo the operation, you can also just press Shift R to do it again. So if you, for example, if I add the subdivision here, for example, If I do this and then say subdivide, I can then go in here, Shift R, and just repeat the same thing. Shift R, oops, that's wrong, that's extrusion. Okay, 3 more keyframes. Okay, 1 more. Aha, perfect. So, it is time to render. The VFX enabled? Nope. Good. Okay. Now we can render this. This is still fine. Good. Boom. Hopefully nothing breaks. Hope everything's well. Yep, everything's going well, pretty well for me. Hope you feel the same. Tomorrow I need to watch Polaris Dawn Space Mission SpaceX. Okay. What is it about? Is it traveling further than the Apollo mission? Okay, interesting. Music is funny. Yeah. Welcome, Sman. Hope you have a good day. What is this? Oh. Why does it look like this? Hello? Something is off. I know what it is. The rim light is not enabled in the render. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. Got a nice way to wake up. No worries. Click back on the VOD a bit and landed on a thing of you responding to someone talking about the way of how Guilty Gear does textures. Yeah. All the textures are colored squares with a black outline which is used for the strokes so that the strokes will always be high res. All their textures are colored squares with a black outline, which is used for, yeah, I need to look into it to see how it works. Maybe it could work for this, but yeah, and it has to pass a lot of tests to beat the grease pencil lines. We'll see. Maybe they can also just be supporting lines, right? Instead of like full on only using that technique, you know. Nobody says that we can't combine techniques. Shift R is nice, yeah. It can make things just a little bit easier. Can I see the whole thing? Well, the whole thing isn't really done yet. We're rendering this scene and then we can look at the final look of this scene. Yeah. But that's all I can show you today. It's crazy how dark the background looks. Just because of the low dynamic range of my webcam. Since I'm so white or bright, it doesn't have any more values left here, any more range left to add any depth to this. It's just a black H, like a black pillars. Guilty Gear Xrds art style. Let's see. Okay, I'll check it out. Might be useful. I just, you know, haven't looked into it too much. Okay, perfect. So let's oh, it's not done yet. Never mind. I'm sorry, Blender. I thought you were faster. $21.47. Okay, let's see.
Story script.
Oh, I actually started watching this and I got into it 3 minutes. Which one? 21.47. 21.46. Okay. So we have this, which is the different color mixes, I guess, to create different, what do you call it? Like shades, right? So you don't have to do that differently. So you mix those basically together with multiply. What about the outline? There you go. Inverted hole, yeah, makes sense. Why not post effect for outlines? Easier to preview, yeah. More control through vertex shader, yeah, makes sense. So that's for the outline, of course, not for the lines inside. You can see it here, right? How you can see this. You can see it. Let's see it here. How you have an outline right there, but not an outline right here. You can create that pretty simply in Blender too with a what's it called? A geometry node setup. What about the inner lines though? Characters inner lines, there you go. Lines drawn on the surface of polys make a huge difference in faking 2D. Need to hold up in super close-ups, yes. Used a special technique to achieve this. All lines are axis aligned beams. No freehand curves. Axis aligned beams. So basically, I guess maybe they showed a bit better. UVs are lined up with these beams. Stretches can be ignored. Wait, what? UV overlapping the beam. Equal width. Great control, okay. I guess I just need to listen to his explanation so to understand it a bit better. Okay. Let's see it. That's from 2015. That's crazy how long it's been. Okay. Let me set it to this. Yeah, so that's the issue that you of course run into, that, you know, textures have a resolution. And if you zoom in, you can see the resolution. So to avoid that, let's see what they do. You can see the clear line right there, right? So how do they fix it? Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Okay. So basically they turn every muscle into its own UV island. And then they can make them thicker or thinner depending on the exactly whatever it's called. So the next thing is, how do you change line thickness according to the camera? Did they explain it here? No. Well, that's the main problem. Because I already did, yeah, I did kind of like a way to texture it that way. Like use textures to create the line art. The main problem is always that, well, there are two main, I guess they kind of fall into the same problem. That, you know, you might be able to go zoom in as much as you want. And the textures are still, I mean, the line arts are still sharp enough. The main problem though is that the lines get thicker the closer you get. I don't know if you can adjust the UVs to fix that, maybe. maybe. But that would require a lot of geometry nodes fiddling, probably. But I'll think about it. Maybe there's a way to use it. Let's now see the final animation. Okay, there you go. Let's see if these smears actually work. Well, I guess it's just in the beginning, really. Oh, let me show you where I added the smears first for this shot. Here's what it looked like before. Oh, never mind. I rendered these already in the layers that I need in the end, so I couldn't actually show you to you here. So I guess I'll just show it to you here. Here it is. Yeah, I feel like it still works. Let's look at it again. Look at the smear frame when he pulls his gun down. I feel like that's good. It's not too invasive. I think it's fine. Yeah, and for such a small shot, we spent... how many? Like... Oh, more than a day? There you go. But, you know, it's the most detailed shot. Let me look at some like, see if we can see some jittering going on or not. I'm kind of looking at the gun first. Oh, everything looks pretty fine. I don't see any jumping, any lines right here. No, it looks pretty good. Here, maybe. They might move a little bit, but it's not really visible. Yeah, everything's pretty much in the same place. Good, nice, there you go. So this shot is done. Next shot will be the next one. Who would have guessed? Which is going to be this one. And boom. So there, of course, we need to add some things to show that he's just sprinting forward, right, before everything explodes. So that's going to be the goal. And then also, of course, fixing his shading, because it looks horrendous right now. The line art is pretty fine, actually, here. So we don't need to do too much there. We probably just need to fix the shading. And the good part is he doesn't really move that much in this shot. So we also don't need to do too many... hopefully it doesn't take as long as this previous shot. It won't, because we don't have as many details. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do tomorrow. No, I'm gonna work on this today. Maybe I can finish it today. If I do, the next shot is this one. This one actually isn't... I don't want to do too much adjusting manually, like lines and stuff. The main thing that I want to adjust here is the... So right now this is all still animated on ones, which makes this look so computer generated. So what I want to do is I want to first of all just maybe make this look a bit more painted, right? Right now it looks kind of weird. Also I want to animate everything on 2s, maybe even on 4s, the smoke for example. Yeah, and first of all just kind of bring it in line with the rest of the animation. And then maybe do some adjustments like the line art might need to be done manually because the line art just looks horrendous right now. Yeah, we'll see. But getting there slowly but surely. If 3D takes this much time, why can't you just draw it? Because drawing takes even longer. In 3D I can create each of these frames. Like, you know, each of these frames, I can reuse the same model over and over and over again to create each of these poses. And then I'd paint over it. In 2D, I would have to create each of these poses from scratch every time. So basically, if I were to translate that into 3D, I would have to remodel the entire model for each frame. That would be the same in 3D. That's what you would have to do in 2D to create this. Another thing is that I'm not as good as drawing anatomy as I, am as in sculpting anatomy, for example. So that's another reason why I won't just draw the animation. And the other thing is that that the main challenge is to create a 2D looking shot in 3D, right? So to do that you can really just draw it. If the goal was just to create an anime, then that would be a bit different, of course. But the goal was to create a 3D anime that looks 2D. If you draw a circle with pixels, it will always have a max min resolution, but square is always smooth. Yeah. Soon AI will fake the smoothness. I mean, I guess it would be very, very specific AI that would need to do that. I think it's easier to just do it manually. It's like it for most things, but small details like that line being jagged would be cool. Cool what? A cool fee? Something. Yeah. Yeah, it's good for like upscaling, for example. You know, AI has been used for that a long time. Longer than, you know, like image generation, for example, has been used. But of course, like, if you can also not just interpolate from what you already have in the image and then make it sharper, but also add new stuff, right? Since you have a basis of what you can work with and generate like details on top, that will make it, of course, even better. Being able to do that requires a lot of skill. Okay. Mappa uses 3D animation in their fight scenes commonly. Yeah, I feel like it's more common than you think that like anime studios use 3D. But the thing is, it's similar to VFX. People always complain that when VFX or that when 3D is being used in anime because it looks bad. But when it looks good, when it's applied well, right, then nobody notices. That's the thing. You know about the bad examples of CGI or 3D in anime, but you don't know the good ways, right? Because the good ways are not noticeable. So that's kind of like the problem with CGI every time. If you don't want to make it look like CGI, right? Yeah, of course, you know, if you want to draw an animation, you would also use any help you can, right? In the production, you just want to make it as fast as possible. So using like miniatures or like figurines like this, for example, to help with anatomy or with like perspective and stuff, makes sense. Yeah, so why not also use 3D? If your goal is not making 3D if your goal is making 3D look like 2D, you can just make a rough 3D model and in some other software or in Blender, just draw over it. Well, that's what I'm doing right now, right? I have the 3D model, and then I drew over it with overpainting. This is what it looks like in 3D, right? Only 3D, including like line art, right? Line art is automatically generated, but the rest, like the shadows and stuff, I paint over afterwards. So basically, it's still a 3D scene, right? But the I create a layer in front of the camera, which is this layer right here, right? And then I can use that layer to fix some of these shading issues. You can see this is what it looked like before, and then when I paint it over it, it looks like this. And then we also add the smears and stuff. Yeah, and then it's done. Wait, why is this one actually... Oh, it's... okay. I actually don't like the transition between this. But it's such a small thing, so I thought about like... Right now I'm transitioning between this kind of these smear lines, I guess you could call them, or like motion blur lines. And then them disappearing, right? These white lines. Instead of just changing the transparency and it getting more transparent, making them just thinner. But you know, I kind of want this shot to be done, and it's such a small change that nobody would notice. So we'll just leave it like this. There you go. Okay, good, nice. Yeah, Yeah, that's always the problem, right, with 3D, I guess. Once if it looks wrong, it looks, you know, you notice it. If it doesn't, then you don't, because that's kind of the point, right? You try to make it look, try to hide it, but if it fails, then it's very noticeable. Okay, yeah, but it is unfortunately time to end the stream. I'm gonna work on this more off stream, but yeah, if you want to see when I will be back live, let me show you. So, you know, tomorrow is another stream, of course. So if you want to see more of this, maybe for the next shot, I will be streaming again at this time, right? Check your time zone, whatever you need, right? This is when the stream begins again. So if you're in Pacific time, it's gonna be 3 a.m. okay? But yeah, I guess it is what it is, right? Yeah, so that's when it's gonna start. Yeah, and we're gonna end it maybe a bit earlier than today, tomorrow, depending on how focused we are, how long it takes to finish the shot. If, you know, something takes a bit longer for it to be done, then I don't mind going further, but I like to keep it, you know, to like 4 hours. Yeah, because there's some other stuff that I don't really want to do live, like eat, like actually like eat something big. Yeah. So yeah, hope you had a good day. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And hope you have a good rest of your day. If you want to enjoy tomorrow, you know when it is, when it starts, and when it ends, I guess. You can see the perfect time right here. This is when it ends. Maybe actually a bit earlier, but whatever. Yeah, so hope you enjoyed the stream. If you have any more things, you want to maybe get notified when I go live, you can also join the Discord. There should be a link in the description. There's a announcement channel where it always pings everyone when I go live. Or you can also ask questions in there about 3D Blender or whatever. Or post some stuff that you've made to get feedback on it, or just because you want to share it, for example. Yeah. Otherwise, I guess there's some more stuff in the description that you're gonna check out if you want. But otherwise, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for joining. Hope you enjoyed the rest of your day. Maybe I'll see you next time. Until then, see ya.